So for those who are wondering, give me a moment, chat. There you go. So for those who are wondering of my brand new channel, it's actually not a revamp. It's just a oh god. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Draco. Um, it's just there you go. There you go, chat. So I actually set up a brand new YouTube channel. It's called Sabertooth Stats Archive. So yeah, this is the channel that I'll be using for archives. Yeah, internet is okay now stable, nice because I actually heard about it. Yeah, it's a new channel. I am going to be hopefully be consistent. So with my stream uploads because the plan for this is that I'm already a VTuber. There's gonna be a lot of streams that I want to save and I gotta be consistent as much as possible. The only challenge for this to be up is that usually I stream like 5 to 6 hours or something like that. But I guess today, chat, I won't be streaming that much. So that's gonna be a huge advantage for me. Um, I have my birthday stream up in a few hours or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be publishing my birthday stream and then I think after this stream I'm going to download this current stream, upload it on my YouTube and that's how it is. So this is just a bit of my archives channel. I may plan to do some shorts on this channel as well. Um, I gotta do that. So YouTube and then TikTok. I also need to do my TikTok thing too. I gotta do my TikTok. Yeah, freaking. I have a lot of tech and content here. I'm done with that. Also, yeah, chat. Sorry. I actually gave some of my stream money to my family since I don't have a goal right now, and I can actually like without a job, and I already celebrated my birthday, and already celebrated my birthday, chat. I'm good. I don't have any goals in particular that I want to achieve at the moment. Maybe I don't know. I guess like the goal right now is make this stream more successful and be recognized by a lot of people. That's what I want. Do we have tea? We still have tea. We don't have any cereal. That's actually the concerning part. Yeah. We don't have any oil left, right? We still have oil, but we don't have pasta anymore. Mm, what do we? Okay, we ran out of peanut butter. Actually, ran out of peanut butter. Sorry, Chad. I was talking to Brando. Hey, God damn it, Brando. Not now. Oh yeah, we don't have any milk. Yeah, nah, 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 nah. I'm just doing groceries. Nothing out of the ordinary. We're at 4 viewers right now. Thank you, everybody. Pop, 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 pop. That's tea. I need to buy more of this bee's milk. Yeah, I need more milk. And then this is peanut butter. Ooh. It's that time again, chat. Mm. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Um, welcome to the stream. I'm running out of chocolate. Chocolate! Chocolate! Chocolate. And then cheese parmesan. Cheese parmesan. Oh god, okay, we're running out of honey as well. Oops. Uh, And I add eggs too. Accompanied by the spare and desolation. Like, do you see my fucking fiery eyes? Do you see my fucking fiery eyes, Tanuki? Also my mask. Anyway. Anyway, Tanuki, how are you doing? Oh, yeah. Do I have yogurt? I need bread. Probably orange juice. I hope you're doing well, Tanukes. Chat, I ate a bunch of pizza. I'm a fat ass. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah, chat. I think maybe in the future, I'm gonna plan to do a Prime stream, like the Prime energy drink, chat. I'm gonna try and get one of those. Starts with a pure red chicken. Yes. Pam para pam pam pam. We're running out of. Bro, are you kidding me? Are we running out of potatoes again? There you go. I really need to get the. I really need to hike these prices. A $5. I mean, I'm making profit, I guess, but goddamn. Yeah, chat, if I'm moving like this, if I'm moving like this, chat, it means that I'm looking at the chat. Hmm. Is she you looking at the chat? Yes, I'm looking at the fucking chat. I'm looking at the fucking chat, JP. What do you want from me? Yo, how you doing today, JP? Yeah, chat. It's gonna be like somewhat semi. I'm. Oh god, it's gonna be like a semi short stream. Sorry, chat. I'm just chilling. I'm gonna do my morning jog while my business is booming. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry, my afternoon jog. Afternoon. Ooh. Afternoon, ma'am. Afternoon, sir. I'm doing my morning jog. Oop. Yeah, look at this scenery, Chad. It's so beautiful. Nothing bad is that gonna happen, right? Oh my God! Oh, sir, sir, sir. Okay, there you go. Freaking managed to survive that. Is there? They're closed. Yeah, damn it, they're closed. It's getting dark now. Why would you actually have a sidewalk or a crossing, a pedestrian crossing at this? It's a weird design. Who's actually using this? That's my question. Well, there's another one. Like, who is actually using this pedestrian crossing? Even though the cars are not even going here. Like, this is reasonable. Oh, the checkout is full. The question is why not? Because it's actually a waste of good space too. They could have just like put it like trash cans or something like that or mailboxes. Like, this is a lot, Chad. Holy crap. Well, I'm out of potatoes. Yeah, Chad, business is booming. Maybe I need to get another cashier. Yes. Alright. Oh, he's going there. He's not. Okay, I think I'm gonna close this shop. Oh, yeah, bro. I think I need. Yeah, I'm gonna be surprised if we reach 30K on this run. Yeah. Yeah, the question is why not? It's a waste of space. You mean a waste of yeah, waste of paint. Chat, I didn't even watch the trailer for the brand new Fairly Odd Parent show, but fucking goddamn, there was like a scene of Timmy being a handicapped bus driver with no hair. I'm like, oh god. Yeah, waste of. I think I'm gonna get 30K. Yes, let's go, 30K, baby. And we're good with that. We managed to make profit. Yay! Powdered sugar. Or no, that's not it. This one. I'm gonna increase it to $7. I'm a bad businessman. I really want to get another. Wait. Oh, God. Sorry. Oh, restocker, huh? Hmm. The worst part of this shit chat is that no, not really good. You bet, baby. Oh God. right now. Yeah, very good. And after I'm done with this, I'm going to. Yeah, I need more room. Don't worry. I can do that later on. I just need to get like successful transactions. I'll be fine. Yeah, I had like three bus boys. I remember or I seen from the patch notes that they're going to include like self checkouts. Change for. There you go. Thank you. I guess. Much kind sir. Uh, Right. This is awesome. Are you also going to go here, ma'am? Ah, thank you. Yeah, I think we're good. I'm gonna close this checkout. Yep. I think we're good. We managed to make profit again. How many checkouts did I did? Oh my god, 22! I did 22 checkouts. I need to do more. Oh god. Alright. Alright. If that's the case, I'm gonna expand my stuff. And I gotta drink water. Shit, I can't believe my water. My water became so warm, lukewarm. And we managed to make some profit. 69. Nice. Wow. My coffee, my cake, my candy. Don't judge me. This is how I make profit. You shush. Shush. I badly won. Ah. It sucks, Chad. Hmm. I don't want to be a madman, Chad. I still have like money, but fuck. I'll just wait for it. Once I get my once I successfully did my counter shit, I am going to do stuff. I just need to hire one more cashier and then I'm good. That's the plan. That's the plano. That's the plan, chat. Because I have a restocker and all that stuff, so I'm good with that. And there's a bunch of people helping me, which is good. Feels very doughboy, ginger doughboy, freaking goddamn it, Drew. God damn it, Drew. At least they're making my my inventory a lot more convenient. That's the good thing. Confirmation. They're done. Okay. Anyway, how's everybody? How's everybody? Did something happen to you guys? Anything in particular that you find it very productive? I'm all ears. I can listen. Okay, ice cream. Speaking, I have ice cream. Oh, okay. Because I think we still have like avocado ice cream. I don't know. Wait, I have avocado ice cream. Not sure. Yeah, avocado flavored ice cream. Oh shit, are we running out of cheese? We are. iPhone iPhone 12? Yeah, iPhone 12. It's an iPhone 12. I got it cheap. I got it for cheap. Why do you ask, Renato? I was planning to do iPhone 11, but my coworker told me that the lifespan of iPhone 11 is gonna end next year. And then I think iPhone 12 has like 2 more years. So this is 2024. So 2026, it's gonna end its iOS support or something like that. I don't know. So I gotta make sure. Because I'm using like two applications. So VTube Studio for my VTuber model, and then VBridger, which is like a better, like a better, like the VBridger is like is like another application for better tracking of my model's like character, that kind of stuff. I can actually use like the webcam. I can actually use my webcam for as a camera, but it's kind of meh. It's no. It's a no for me. I tried it. It's a no. So I use iPhone. I got this iPhone for cheap, I guess. Hmm. I think we're good with eggs and okay. No, never mind. We actually need another chocolate and then another chicken. And then I'm going to open the business now. I'm pretty sure tomorrow, chat, they're going to do a Cinco de Mayo stream. I can feel it. Fuck. Where is it? What do I need more? I think that's the only thing that I need, right, chat? Yeah, maybe more cheese. Yeah, I think I'm good. We're good. All right, open for business. I'm gonna open my counter. Counter. My checkout. Woo! Oh, good. Okay, I'm ready for another shift. Mm-mm. Wait, is it going here? I knew it. And you only got red. Okay. All right. All right. Can you guys hear me properly now? I just my camera angle. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Mm. Wow. Mm. Finn, you came back again? What the hell? That's a lot. Did your mom ordered you to go to grocery shopping? Is that it? Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Okay, you packed up some potatoes. That's good. Just need another cashier, and then I'll be good. And then expand my wares. Jesus Christ, John is actually killing it today again. Oh, sorry. How are we doing today? Okay, 50 cents. Why do they always line up at him? I don't know, maybe some voodoo magic. I mean, Ethan is actually catching up. Just an orange juice? What the fuck? Okay. You bought an orange juice. I mean, you use your credit card on it, so I won't even bother. I wonder if I can actually. Oh my god. You know, I'm not gonna do it. I really want to give someone like a lot of change. If there's someone who has like $100, they would pay $100. Oh my god, I'm gonna freaking use it. Wow, that's a lot, madam. Thank you. Holy crap. Change is like $11. Excuse me, in like thinking somebody actually paid or sorry, let me rephrase what I said. So someone actually paid $100 for just one item. Like freaking my change like what the fuck? Mm, 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 mm. Oh my god, we're this music so that I can play Fall Guys now. Yeah, alright. We gotta make sure I gotta mix the I gotta mix the spaghetti. Nom nom nom. Oh god, that's fast. Mm-hmm. Oh God. Hello. What happened?
Hi. Oh no. I was just checking out a new show. It's so. How do I explain it? It's like if Deadpool wrote it. Because it's violent and raunchy.
Yeah, I think I finished with dinner plate. Oh, oh no!
Oh, dang.
You can still make it, Jacob. You know what? I got disconnected.
What? Oh dear.
I got freaking disconnected, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I
I'll
got
be here.
fucking disconnected.
I think I need to buy more cough drops. Alright. Count the food.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Welcome back.
And
Hi,
hi, Shane. How
Sean.
you doing? Wait.
Hey, hey, Shin. It's been a while.
So, and I came home from a 3-day Kyoshin karate training camp and belt grading. Luckily, I was able to pass it with flying colors. Nice, Shin. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, good job.
Come home from Batangas. Nice. Ugh, okay.
But, Batangas?
Batangas. It's a it's a region here, or not a province. Sorry, it's a project
Oh,
province here.
oh, I see. Okay. Hang on, I'll be going back to the lobby.
I'm more training in nature. Yeah. What were you guys doing in the voice chat while I was away?
They were playing they
Yeah,
were
the cart.
playing, they were playing a card game, and my internet was being unstable, so I had to reset the router, cause that's fun. Oh yeah, but then mostly chilled with after that was just Ratsu, Nettie, Ratchet, Rodimus, and me. We were talking about character designs in Soul Calibur,
Ooh.
and Nettie showed off some booby themed ones, which got Ron and Dratsu all excited.
I'm about to blow.
Exactly. Rodimus Caliber.
I'm about to blow.
Sorry.
You should like you should like that guy.
Nah, I just like the memes. I don't follow his stream that much.
Wait, that guy live streams?
Oh yeah, on
God
YouTube.
help the children.
On YouTube.
They little oh, see that just shows how much YouTube has gone to shit.
No, I mean he's not doing any adult theme content. It's more of like he does like reaction stuff, or he just do just
Oh,
chatting
okay.
streams or
Oh,
something
okay,
like that.
okay.
He plays
That's good.
Roblox.
Oh no, he plays Roblox. That's not good. Freaking. Oh yeah, no. That was the thing I was gonna mention. You know, we were reacting to Nick Crowley with the iceberg.
Yep.
You know how they were talking about how that thing with EDP was illegal? Well, the reason, well, you can blame. Well, one of the reasons why stuff is so you have to do things by the book more is because if did you hear like what happened to How to Catch a Predator? How it ended?
What?
Well, how it ended was that the last case they were working on, it had to do in Texas. There was a guy,
Mm-hmm.
and this guy was like a high profile dude. I think he was running for governor, and they almost caught him. But somewhere near the end of the investigation, like he stopped talking to the bait, and he deleted like his profile on MySpace. He deleted everything, and Chris Hansen was like, "Oh, we gotta catch this fucker," and that's when he is co-star was like, "Are you sure, you dude? We gotta be absolutely sure. Did you even talk to our boss about
Oof.
pinning this guy?" And he goes, "We don't need to clear this with him. We got all the evidence. We can catch this fucker." And the thing of it is, like, he didn't sign the proper. They got a warrant. They had two different warrants, but he didn't specify or confirm that it was for what they're trying to catch this guy for. But the main thing was that they didn't clear it with their boss. Because remember, it was NBC that was producing How to Catch a Predator at the time. So the fact that they didn't tell their boss what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they ended up getting like the SWAT team outside this dude's house. And then like the police finally get in. They didn't even have the right warrant to search the guy's place. The cops just busted in there. And then because then like it shows like the team goes in and next thing you know, all you hear is a loud.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing the guy said was, I'm not gonna hurt you. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I'm sorry. And that loud crack, he took the carriageway out. But the thing of it is that the dude's sister filed a lawsuit against, NBC. She's saying like, those allegations about my brother are not true.
Mm-hmm.
You were just doing it for ratings. And it's like, and people are like, bitch, we got all the evidence. Your brother's a creep. He was talking he was trying to solicit 13-year-old boys. Mind you. I mean, they had all the proof before it disappeared, but the sad truth is that they didn't say how much money she got, but she got a lot of money in the lawsuit against NBC and the studio, and that's why that show, How to Catch a Predator, got canceled. But that's why now, if there's sting operations, it's a lengthy process. because you have to sign off on paperwork and search warrants. Otherwise, lawsuits.
Okay.
No, but that's why when that thing with EDP went down, it's like, oh, it's like, yeah, yeah, those guys kind of, it's like, kind of like, yeah, this is like How to Catch a Predator, but a lot more amateurish.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking rinks.
It's not even. It's not even amateurish. It's more of like, what a fail.
Well, also it doesn't help that the guy running the thing was waiting until they could, for his channel to be monetized.
Yep, that's the. Yeah, that's the thing.
That was the.
Which kind of sucks.
Oh, it's scummy. Very scummy. But still, why guys saying racial slurs on stream and not caring? It's like, bro, you can't say that stuff. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you think. Who cares? There's a reason why you're not supposed to say slurs. What year are you in, sir?
Oh, we got this, Draco. 2 more and then we're good. One more, Draco.
Okay. Got it. Riptides? Oh no.
I hope you're okay from those experiences, Shin. I mean, you passed the thing, but you know, enlightenment and all that stuff, vigorous training. Hope it paid off.
I'm sure it did.
Oh God.
Ah, blueberries. Blueberries.
I can't with this, bro.
Ah, made it.
I'll take 3rd place. Take 3rd place.
So how's your day going, Stas?
Uh, lazy and at the same time, you know, kind of interesting.
Well, I mean, it must be nice to sleep in.
I guess. Oh, this one.
Alright. Yes. Oh, thank goodness I changed the Ethernet cable on my PS5.
Is it better now?
Yep, no more disconnecting and reconnecting. BS.
I'm doing the Tony strat.
No! You stupid pity, you cut me off! Oh yeah, like that Gautier song.
But you didn't have to cut me off. Think I like it never happened. We were nothing. And I don't
Yes.
even need your love, but you treat me like a stranger, and I feel so rough. Didn't have to stoop so long. My friends can change. Saying I don't need that long. Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
Somebody.
I used to know. Let's go! The Hex God!
The VTuber Hex God.
The Hex God!
Yeah. Whee. Hey, the Star Wars skins aren't in the store. They lied to us.
It's on May 7th.
On the set. Oh, I knew it. They're gonna wait till the new season to put them out. Oh, there's no Darth Vader bean. I'm disappointed.
Oh my god, I'm so close. 9:44. Okay. Need to get the chicken emote. That chicken.
Yeah, it's at the top or the bottom.
The top.
Oh, shoot.
And I'll be complete. Yeah, it's May 7th. They actually announced it on Twitter. On the official Fall Guys Twitter account.
Oh, you're perky.
Because I ate some food and that woke me up a bit.
Yeah, I heard you eating the spaghetti.
Yep. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, this Amogus is actually grabbing me.
That's not surprising. It's Among Us. Yes.
Oh god, come on! There you go. There you go. First place.
Nice.
Oof. Easy. Oh, 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 oh. Ah, god damn it.
Jesus.
Everybody's been jumping. Isn't it the same team with the dark suits again?
Not
Ah, fuck.
again! Oh no, those things are back.
I mean, we made it regardless. Woo! I wanna react to some videos again.
Those are fun.
Oh my lord. That wasn't like a loud boost or a strong boost. It's more of a weak one. Oh my god, I made it. Ugh. Yeah, third. I'm gonna go third. You made it regardless. I really want to get that penguin, but oh god, gotta survive. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, Draco. No.
I was trying to. Jesus.
Gotta survive. 3 seconds.
Of course, you can do it, bud. You can do it. You're pushing a corn.
There you go.
Whoa! Damn! Right where the window's about to hit you. They made a shiny version of the rhino skin for this game. They actually made a skin of those rhinos for the game. Oh,
Okay.
really? Hexaring?
Right?
Oops, sorry.
Hey, Tanker, how you doing? Thank you. Thank you for the
Hey,
birthday
Tinker.
greeting. Oh, God. Okay. It's 2v2 now. This dude is just sabotaging at this point.
Pretty much.
Hey, hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
Why are you like this? What the fuck?
Ah!
Just me and this bozo.
Do instead. Take that bozo out.
Oh my god, I actually dived too
Bullshit.
early. Fuck.
That was bullshit. He should have died first.
I dived too early. Is the crown shard really effective?
Shards build up to one crown.
Yeah, but I have so many like shards I got from the leveling up. I don't know when it will trigger it. Either way, huh? I want to react to videos now.
Well, let's do that once we finish the dailies.
Yep. Oh! Ah. I'll take second. Three people, one people, okay. Oh, oh shit! Oh fuck! Okay, I think I made a mistake. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I got stuck. You can do it, Draco. Come on, Draco, you can do this. Oh no. You can still do this. No, no. Is that dude still? Yeah, he's still there. He's grabbing. Well, at least we made it.
That's some bullshit, man.
It's okay. We still made it. Oh my god, I'm
Not this one.
Question is, who has the tail? I wish I don't have the. Okay, I don't have the tail. Great. Should I wait for it or should I not wait for it? I'll just run around. I'll just run around. Like, woo! In the shadow, in the shadow. Hello. Woo! In the shadows, boys. In the shadows. In the shadows. Woo! Woo! Oh, I got. Oh, damn it. Knew it. Yeah, wait. Here you go. Oof, okay. Yeah, I guess that the Star Wars skins, the upcoming Star Wars skins are the latest collaboration with Fall Guys. And now that I think about it, yeah, there's actually no collaboration with Star Wars whatsoever on this game.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like the first collaboration with Star Wars, but you have to admit it's like the newest collaboration in a while, because Fall Guys, there hasn't been any really new collaborations they've been doing. They've mostly just been bringing back previous skins for previous collaborations. Although I find it suspicious that they took down the $5 V-Bucks option, Showbucks option on here. I mean, it shows on the PlayStation Store, but in the store, on the game, you don't see it here.
Chat, yeah, I'm not really convinced on if I'm gonna play a Pokemon game. I'm really not gonna be convinced to play it on a system. I mean, emulation is already off the list because freaking Nintendo. But there's no fucking way I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play Pokemon on the Switch. Like, at least make the game 60, or like feel like, you know, it has some like movements, and the game actually doesn't, you know, lag at all. That's all I ask. Or if you're that petty, Nintendo, making, I'll wait for the Unova remake. I'll wait for that Unova remake. Like, I'll legit wait for that Unova remake, that Pokemon Black and White remake. I want that. Oh god. Oh god, okay. 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 Did the dudes tell of what they'll be doing tomorrow?
I don't. Oh, goddamn bombs! I wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
Um, actually, I didn't catch the end of their stream. All I saw was that they were playing Soul Calibur, and I'm pretty sure Kitty took over, took the controller to play as Voldo. I don't know. I don't know if they're doing anything. It is technically Cinco de Mayo.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. My dad was, it's funny, my dad was actually supposed to go to a picnic. He was supposed to go to a car show with his friends today, but apparently the park they were supposed to have it at the event got canceled because of Cinco de Mayo. Which means there's going to be a bunch of cops there.
I see. Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, no, my dad was all excited to go because he doesn't really get out much, but
For. Oh god. Okay, we can do this. Yes.
$500,000. Yeah, everybody knows gonna see it.
Wait, I'm looking. Okay, yeah, so they didn't say anything. Okay. We got it. They didn't say anything. They didn't say anything. Oh, he's there again. That dude is there again. Holy shit. The same team is there again that won the last match. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay. Really feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, chat. It's gonna be my day off. But I feel that I'm gonna have a... I'm gonna, like... Uh... For the first time in over, like... I don't know, like 2 years? Okay, I'm gonna set up a schedule. A stream schedule. Oh my god! I fucked up. I very fucked up. It's them again, isn't it? Yep.
Yikes. Hey, but good job. Stream schedule. Woo!
Okay, maybe this next one. Maybe this one should be a creative one. So that I want to react to some stuff. Let's actually try this. Classic knockout Fall Guys. The OG Fall Guys. Thank you for the people who are still tuning into the stream. I do appreciate it. We're hitting the 3-hour mark of the stream. I was supposed to start earlier, chat, but I'm so I used my I used my time to just relax, and then setting up my other YouTube channel, which is Archives. Okay, I'm back. The classic. Woo. Yeah, the two videos that are up on the channel chat have copyright, but it's not a copyright strike. It's a copyright claim, which I'm okay with that because I'm not gonna make any money out of this archive channel. It's just me putting some archives on it. So go. Oh, there's no. Okay. All right. Seems easy.
Yeah. You can do it.
Nobody know. Nobody knew. Pop, 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 pop. It is classic Fall Guys. Classic Fall Guys. Yeah, Draco, sorry you got eliminated.
It's okay. Classic Fall Guys.
Back when this game, you had to pay for this game. You have to buy this game in order to play it. Now it's free to play.
Yeah, but I missed earning crowns to pay for stuff. 'Cause it was so rewarding. You save up for crowns. Sure, it was 5 crowns for a top, 5 crowns for the bottom. It's could be 10 crowns. But hey, at least you knew you earned those damn crowns to pay for. You didn't end up spending like 20 bucks
I
on
just
buying
missed the
packs.
opportunity to get this on Steam. I was supposed to get this on Steam, but then
Yeah,
like
I
Epic
went.
actually get it.
Yeah, I actually managed to get this on Steam, but I didn't play it enough. Which is when I missed out on that. Um, the There was a variant of the dragon skin. It was a magic variant, which was only available during the event. And that's when it was on Steam, and that's
Oh my god, really?
yes. Royal Fumble again? Goodness.
Yeah, I don't wanna. He's. Oh, I have the tail. Fucking A. Ah!
Oh, come on, Staz. It's your fancy VTuber model. They're gonna be trying to grab you.
Yeah, I got my tail stolen again. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I hate this level. I prefer the Jinx. Yes! Let's go. I got it. Collision! Collision.
Collision for the win.
Yeah, come over here, guys. Let's go. Ooh. I got my tail stolen. Whoop.
Nice save.
Ooh. Oh god. Seriously. Fuck you. Yeah, I didn't make it. I hate this level so much.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure it'll be faulted in 2 days. God, at least I hope it does.
And I'm level 100.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm gonna uh head off the call, Draco. GG's. You
GG's,
should. I
buddy.
mean, later.
Later.
Anyway, chat. I still have like some time to get rid some of the thing. Pushinyo, still how you doing? I got a stretch. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. I think I need to adjust my chair real quick. Me Gucci kind of sick to be honest. I see. Okay. I'm gonna react to some videos now. I think I'm going to react to. I think I know who I'm going to react to. Now I'm not gonna do Sunny V2. I'm gonna do Patrick CC. Yeah, I'm gonna react to Patrick CC.
Drake Bell recently revealed heart.
All right. Okay, Chad. Let me just open this one and then this one, this one. For sure, everybody knows this situation. I haven't react to this, but I know. I, th- I think I know. Like, there's a documentary. I think Patrick CC made a documentary about Drake having like allegations, but this was like brand new. Yeah, I'll upload for him.
Drake Bell recently revealed heart-wrenching insight into the horrific abuse he experienced as a child actor in the Quiet on Set documentary. Naturally, people came to his social media to express their deepest condolences and uplift him with positive support. He is now receiving millions of views on his posts, seeing a massive uptick in music streams, and even strategically entering new business endeavors after the boost in support from the documentary. However, just a few years ago, Drake was shunned by the entirety of social media. He was called a depraved predator after being found guilty for disseminating matter harmful to a juvenile.
Yep.
Most people wrote him off as a pedophile after these crimes came to light, but now after him detailing his own abuse, we have much more context and nuance to consider during Drake Bell's complicated comeback. Now, it's important to understand the information that Drake revealed during the Quiet on Set documentary first, as these unfortunate events.
Here's the idea to honestly. Yeah, like Drake Bell was really labeled as a PDF file because of him grooming and like soliciting sexual stuff to a minor, but because of like if you guys watch Quiet on the Set on Netflix, but I saw, but I heard from one of my friends, or I heard from the internet that Quiet on the Set, like they really tackle about like the childhood industry and all that stuff. Yeah, the grooming charges were false. But there was also like instances like why people would speculate that Drake would be a PDF file because it's because of this. Because sometimes like having in the abusive industry and at the same time like being sexually assault can have like two things. It could actually it could actually affect your life that puts you in a traumatic experience, or you're actually numb to it, but you're going to absorb it and apply it to anyone in that sense, like from what they did to you, you're going to do that to someone else. It's like a domino effect type of stuff.
Did occur when Drake was
It's
just
a it's a psychology thing, I suppose.
child. This information just came to light a little over a month ago. Drake Bell formed a bond with dialogue coach Brian Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. when Drake was just a child. This information just came to light a little over a month ago. Drake Bell formed a bond with dialogue coach Brian Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. Peck, who has no relation to Drake's co-star Josh Peck, would invite him of the Amanda
Wait,
Show. Drake Bell formed a bond with
I think Patrick Cece actually, I think it was a
dialogue
cut thing.
coach Brian
Anyway,
Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. Peck, who has no relation to Drake's co-star Josh Peck, would invite Drake to his house for acting lessons. These lessons were supervised by Drake's father, Joe, who was told that Brian Peck was a skilled coach who could help Drake secure more acting opportunities. However, over time, Joe became uncomfortable with their relationship.
And unfortunately, I started seeing Brian start to just hang around Drake too much. And it didn't set well with me. Drake would be in the dressing room or something, and in would pop Brian, and just touch Drake. You know, do things that, wait a second, what are you doing? Drake can put that on himself. And the thing is, this is in front of people.
Joe claims that while his son was in the dressing room, Brian would touch Drake in front of others in ways that made him question Brian's intentions. Joe expressed his concerns with the production personnel and said he was uncomfortable with Brian, only to be called homophobic because of Brian's sexual orientation. Therefore, Joe backed off. Once this got back to Brian, he manipulated Drake into severing ties with his father/manager,
yeah, that was
suggesting that Joe
insane.
was sabotaging Drake's career. Peck subsequently integrated himself into multiple areas of Bell's life and became a father figure for the young actor. Eventually, Peck convinces Drake's mother to let him stay at his house during auditions. Then when Drake slept on Brian's couch, the sexual assault started.
I was sleeping on the couch where I would usually sleep, and I woke up to him. I just opened my eyes, I woke up, and he was sexually assaulting me. Why don't you think of the worst stuff that someone can do to somebody as a sexual assault, and that'll answer your question.
Drake wouldn't tell anyone for several months. The abuse persisted until Drake began spending more time at a girlfriend's house. One day, when he was supposed to meet with Brian, Drake said he didn't want to hang out. Brian then started calling his phone nonstop. When Drake failed to answer, Brian obsessively started calling his girlfriend's house, which is when the girlfriend's mother suspected something was wrong and took Drake to her family therapist. He later detailed the abuse to his own mother, who called the police. I had to be excruciatingly detailed about every single thing and time that it had happened with two absolute strangers. The worst part was I had to make a phone call to Brian and get him to admit what he'd done. The police monitored a wired phone call with Brian, who broke into a full-on confession that led to his arrest. The investigation was conducted privately, and Bell remained unidentified to the public for several years due to his age at the time. During Brian Peck's trial, numerous prominent figures in the entertainment industry wrote letters of support vouching for his character. Many of them were people that Drake trusted and respected. Brian Peck was convicted of child molestation in 2004, pleading no contest to a charge of oral copulation with a minor under 16 and a charge of performing a lewd act
shit
with a 13
sucks.
or 15-year-old. He spent only 16 months in prison and was mandated to register as a sex offender, a mere slap on the wrist for such a horrible crime. But Drake remained strong and would go on to star in his own buddy comedy sitcom Drake and Josh, which is what all of us know and love him for today. After the show ended in 2006, Drake Bell seemed to disappear from the spotlight, and that's partially due to the terrible car accident that Drake was in that almost cost him his life. I know if I suffered injuries that bad, I would be searching for a good lawyer. Your injury could be worth millions, and Morgan & Morgan doesn't settle for any lowballs. In the past couple of months, they saw verdicts of $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest offer, $6.8 million.
I don't understand Morgan. It's probably like a lawyer thing, sorry.
Shows and movies.com/Patrick, or click the link in the description.
The hospital was trying to cover it up.
Drake
I
received
see.
very consistent work over the years doing voice acting roles in shorts, TV shows, and movies. His most notable role was Peter Parker in Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man.
I know this one. I actually know the series. I didn't watch that consistently, but it actually shows, I think it was either Cartoon Network or was it Disney Channel or Nickelodeon. I don't think this was on Nickelodeon.
Animated series. When he wasn't doing voiceovers, he was writing and releasing his own music. Interestingly enough, his records weren't very popular in the United States, but were huge in various Spanish-speaking countries. The Drake and
Yeah, it is good. Yeah, it's on Disney. like, wait a minute, like this voice actress this voice seems familiar. And then I saw, oh, it's Drake. It's actually a good series.
Josh Nickelodeon show was extremely popular in Latin countries, likely due to the excellent job the production team did with dubbing the actors' voices. Drake always wanted to be a rock star, ever since his earliest days on The Amanda Show in 2001. He released music consistently for 17 years but received no gold or platinum records in America. However, in Mexico and other various Spanish-speaking countries, Drake Bell, aka Drake Campana, had multiple high-charting Billboard singles and albums. In some of these countries, he performed shows for thousands of people. He learned to speak Spanish. He has written and released a ton of music in Spanish. He even provides Spanish subtitles with every podcast or social media post he makes. People have joked on social media that he ran away to Mexico to avoid charges
It's Drake
of his
Taco
2020
Bell.
crimes, when in reality he was more successful there for over
Bro,
a
charge
decade and
change
probably made
servers.
most of his income in Latin-speaking countries. But over the years, we slowly saw Drake's life unravel a bit. In 2010, Drake was charged with driving under the
Cartoon Network don't own
influence.
the
He was
show. Oh, I
subsequently
see.
released on a $20,000 bond and pleaded not guilty. In 2014, he filed for bankruptcy after owing the IRS over $500,000 in taxes. The next year, police officers in Glendale, Los Angeles noticed Drake's car drifting lanes at an unsafe speed. The officers pulled Bell over and reported him smelling of alcohol before conducting a field sobriety test, which he failed. They promptly arrested him under suspicion of driving under the influence. Bell decided to plead guilty and was sentenced to 4 days in jail and 4 years probation, and he would be required to attend an alcohol education program. He only served 1 day in jail for good behavior. The following year, he posted 2 tweets about he was not invited to Josh Peck's wedding, which sent the media into a frenzy speculating that Drake and Josh had some sort of falling out. But a couple months later, they reassured everyone that there was no bad blood between them, and they even did some YouTube content together. In 2018 and 2019, they made a number of different content pieces together that secured millions of views. It really seemed like their relationship was as good as it can get. But you should know that today, all of these videos have been deleted from Josh's YouTube channel, and that happened roughly around the time Drake was outed by his abuser for allegedly sexually pursuing underage girls. In August of 2020, Drake's former girlfriend, Melissa Lingafelt, who goes by the stage name Jimmy Ono on social media, posted a TikTok that jeopardized Bell's clean reputation. Melissa claimed that Drake committed both verbal and physical abuse during their relationship from August 2006 to February 2009.
When I started dating Drake, I was 16. I was homeschooled.
Yeah, I know
lived
this
with
one.
him. I was singing. It wasn't until about a year when the verbal abuse started. And when I say verbal abuse, imagine the worst type of verbal abuse you could ever imagine, and that was what I got. It then turned into physical, hitting, throwing, everything.
Yeah, I remember about this
At the
TikTok.
pinnacle of it, he dragged me down the stairs of our house in Los Feliz. My face hit every step on the way down. I have photos of this. I don't even want to get into the underage girls thing. I mean, I will, but I'm scared.
As if the allegations of physical abuse weren't shocking enough, Melissa hinting that he was somehow involved with underage girls set the internet on fire.
To
Drake
hell with
vehemently
Josh
denied
Peck, he's a
ever
two-faced
abusing
snake.
Melissa.
Yeah.
As our relationship ended more than a decade ago, we unfortunately both called each other terrible names, as often happens when couples are breaking up, but that is it. Clearly, Melissa still felt close enough to me just last year that she was comfortable reaching out to ask me to provide her with financial support during a tough time, which I did. The public opinion on the situation was split. While many people reacted with empathy and support towards Melissa, recognizing the seriousness of domestic abuse, others were skeptical and expressed doubt about her claims, especially since Melissa failed to provide any concrete evidence against Drake. Plus, Drake made it seem like she was doing this expose for money, casting doubt on her intentions. It was purely a he said, she said situation, and Drake wouldn't face any legal consequences. Melissa, after spending weeks talking about the situation
What the hell is...
online,
What the hell is that TikTok video that she had?
deleted all her videos and detached herself from the situation. But it only took a few months for more serious allegations to come to light and Drake's reputation to be permanently destroyed. On June 4th, 2021, Bell was arrested in Cleveland, Ohio on charges relating to
Ohio
attempted
memes.
endangering of children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. For context, child endangerment occurs whenever a parent, guardian, or other adult caregiver allows a child to be placed or remain in a dangerous, unhealthy, or inappropriate situation. Disseminating matter harmful to juveniles means that a person has unlawfully ordered, offered, sold, displayed, or given pornographic or obscene material such as books, videos, messages, messages, photos, etc. to someone under the age of 18. To simplify, he was being charged of sexting a minor. However, the nature of the charges say that there was no sexual contact. According to the court documents, the date of the offense was December 1st, 2017. Bell was going to Cleveland, Ohio's The Odeon to perform a concert. Bell then seemingly invited the minor to his show in Cleveland. In the months leading up to the concert, Drake sent the victim inappropriate social media messages. The minor, who lived in Canada, attended Bell's concert in Cleveland. She and Bell met later that night at the Cleveland nightclub on Old River Road in the city's East Bank of the Flats district. In October 2018, 10 months after the incident, the 15-year-old victim filed a report with her local police department in Canada regarding what had happened that night. This is all the information that was revealed in the case. So naturally, people were confused as this was all extremely vague. Even news outlets were unable to discern what actually happened.
Disseminating matter harmful.
Yeah, it actually
to
makes sense
children.
because she, like that
We don't
minor
have information
actually
on
filed a
exactly what that
case
is,
in
but you
Canada
can imagine,
in 2018.
Relationship
Like a
between
few months
15-year-old
after
girl and a
that incident,
34-year-old
right?
man will let you draw your own conclusion.
Then his ex Melissa, who accused him of abuse on TikTok 1 year prior, did an exclusive interview with the Daily Beast where she claimed that she observed Bell's inappropriate behavior with minors firsthand. What he's being arrested for right now is a prime example of what I would witness, him having inappropriate conversations online with underage girls. Melissa said, "I saw really questionable, crazy stuff on his computer. The stuff he'd be looking at was effing insane." These statements, combined with the extremely vague court case details, fueled the narrative that Drake was a pedophile. Now, it's important to consider that as soon as the victim reported Drake in October of 2018, Canadian authorities and Cleveland authorities promptly started an investigation. This investigation lasted 18 months, gathering all the evidence, photos, screenshots, and multiple statements from the victim to build a case against Bell. They even gained access to Drake's Instagram, Snapchat, laptops, everything they could. We don't technically know what they found, but whatever it was enough to cause Drake to enter a plea deal instead of going to trial. And on June 23, 2021, he pled guilty to attempted child endangerment. So remember, all the details regarding his case were extremely vague, and then on top of that, he pleads guilty. So now everyone in the public is just extra convinced that he is a pedophile. But it somehow got even worse. Drake's sentencing was conducted over Zoom and then posted on YouTube. During this sentencing, the victim made an impact statement, which is essentially their opportunity to talk directly to the defendant and the judge to express their thoughts and emotions about the crime. This was the very first time anyone had heard the details of the alleged crimes that took place. But during the impact statement, the victim brought up countless new allegations and statements that were never presented during the investigation, which shocked Drake, the defense, and even the judge. Remember, Drake was already pleading guilty to basically sexting, but since he was pleading guilty, the public assumed that everything the victim was saying here was part of the case, but it was not.
I started off as a fan of him. Everyone who knew me as a child knew that he was a hero to me. I would have done anything for him. When I was 11, I learned that my aunt had a mutual friend who knew the defendant. That led to my aunt taking me to meet him for the first time in 2014 when I was 12. From the time I was 12 to 15, my aunt took me to meet him and spend time with him many times. After I met him for the first time, he started speaking to me more frequently online. When I was 13, I went to him for boy advice. He told me that I was beautiful and that boys were stupid. He then sent me a photo of myself that he had screen capped from my Instagram, telling me that I was, quote, such a cutie. He saved that photo of me onto his phone.
For her to say
Another
his
instance
quote.
of creepy behavior happened when I was spending time with him at the age of 14. He told me that he couldn't believe how much I'd grown since he last saw me. He said that I wasn't little anymore, and I was, quote, a woman now. But at 15, he started sending me messages about how, quote, hot I was. In the summer of 2017, I messaged him, telling him that I was going to see him in concert in the following months. He replied by telling me that he couldn't wait to see me. He also asked me, quote, how old are you now? I told him 15. He then told me to, quote, hurry up. Not too long after that, his messages to me became blatantly sexual. Aside from Cleveland, the only other time that the defendant sexually assaulted me was in October of 2017. It happened in Illinois in the middle of the night. He digitally penetrated me in the back seat of my aunt's car while she was driving him to a friend's house. This eventually led to many months of inappropriate messages and photos being exchanged over Instagram and Snapchat. The photos exchanged included photos of my body and photos of his body and his genitals. He would tell me how badly he wanted to penetrate me vaginally. On December 1st, 2017, My aunt took me to the Odeon Concert Club to watch him perform. That night, the defendant took me backstage to be alone with him. He started kissing me, and the night ended in him having me.
It doesn't make any sense. Like for her to explain a lot of stuff to that, where in fact it was unveiled to the public that it was just sexting at all, is I you don't know what to believe in, or like she's making things up. But you know, that's
Perform
how.
oral sex on him twice. The
I
next
didn't
incident
actually watch the. I didn't technically watch the video of Drake's trial, but I think uh Charlie or Moist Critical actually covered this up. And I think or some YouTube commentator YouTubers that covered Drake's court case that it was bad. It was kind of close to PDF, but you know, now that I'm looking at it, I don't even know like what to believe in. Is it for the public to know or freaking from the mouth of the victim? Because this blew up way out of proportion.
happened on December 2nd, 2017. While I was alone with him in his hotel room, he had talked to me about seeing me one last time before we all left Cleveland and went home. So we went to his hotel to say goodbye. In his hotel room, he started kissing me and had me perform oral sex on him again. My aunt was right outside the room waiting in the hallway while this was happening. She trusted him.
Yeah, where are the receipts? Yeah, it's kind of weird because it wasn't really shown in the public, like, like first of all, okay, if you're going to say this, you might as well like give us the receipt, like your Instagram, like she mentioned, Instagram, Snapchat, or all of those social media. Like, you know, if you actually screen cap that, or if you didn't delete those conversations that you had with him, that's gonna be like a valid and powerful evidence that what you say is actually true, instead of like saying this through word of mouth and then you're not providing any evidence. Like who's to say are we going to believe you or not, you know? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but thinking from the basic understanding of what I understand is that her story uh is vastly different from what the public or what the court case or this court case is actually applying to be publicly viewed, quote unquote publicly viewed.
And never thought that he would ever do anything to hurt me. The sexual messages continued for a while after that, until I eventually put a stop to them. He ignored me for many days at first. Eventually, he tried apologizing to me for, quote, breaking my heart, but deleted
Yeah, freaking for quote breaking your heart. It doesn't even shown in the public release statement that he broke your heart and all that stuff.
those messages quickly afterward. He preyed on me and sexually abused me. He is a monster and a danger to children. Jared Drake Bell is a pedophile, and that is his legacy.
People picked apart Drake's body language and pointed out that he was laughing, smirking, and shocked. But nobody mentioned that a lot of what the victim was saying here were new allegations that
Yep.
nobody in the court ever heard before. Specifically, the allegations that he forced the girl to give him oral and the allegation that he sent nude photos. The defense and the court both confirmed with evidence that no such sexual advances were made.
Yeah, there was actually no. It was just sexting. You know, that was the verdict. It was sexting. There was like no explicit material being distributed. There's no like genitalia, or like, you know, a badge, booba, a dick pics were even, you know, and even if there was, there's gotta be proof. You know, there's gotta be a proof.
Otherwise, the charges would have been more severe.
Yep.
He did not plead to sexual misconduct or engaging in sexual relations. He pled to attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. These are serious allegations, but they do not involve sexual relations.
This is what Drake's defense admits to.
So the acceptance of the responsibility, Your Honor, is for chats that occurred between he and the victim. The subject matter of those chats were discussion because they had known each other for years, and there were claims that became sexual in nature. When asked, however, at what point, or at your age, excuse me, at that point he said, "Can you hurry up?" Which shows a complete intent not to engage with a minor. So, however, those chats, harmful as they were, clearly harmed this person at that time.
They were sexual in nature.
Those were, yes. Thank you. They certainly, however, Your Honor, did not mimic any of the factual scenarios that the victim has brought up here today.
Yeah. It was just, it was sexting. Yeah, this from a pandemic. I think I remember this situation in during the pandemic. It was like 2022. I think it was like in the middle of the pandemic. Yeah, I think it was in the middle of like the pandemic chaos, like probably like June, July, like almost on the Burr months. I remember, or like summer, my summer.
And again, I have to emphasize the fact that once the age was known, that terminated at that point, saying "hurry up."
Yeah, like her case or her argument really did diminish of saying hurry up because he asked like how old.
With the age. But I will say this: at the start, he may not have known. He did learn of the age at a later time, Your Honor, and that is why he's accepting the plea.
Basically, Drake admits to conversing with a minor for years, even though he says he didn't know her age. Those conversations eventually turned sexual. Then when he asked for her age, she told him 15 and he said hurry up, then stopped all communication. When Drake stopped conversing with her, they claimed that flipped the young girl's world upside down and she started going after Drake's wife and threatening to expose him. They basically paint her as a crazy, obsessed, and jealous fan, which we don't really know if that's true or not.
Yeah.
We can't say the victim is lying, and we don't know what evidence was found during the investigation because almost none of it was revealed to the public.
Yeah, it was not really revealed to the public. And what she says has like two different sides of the coin. If yeah, if it's true or not, we don't know because you can't like reveal any public information to from a minor, or in this case where a minor is involved. It's a form of privacy. But the way that she explains how her experience is with Drake, everybody was really shocked. Like, freaking, wait a minute, freaking, this wasn't even mentioned in the allegations that we discovered. It just like came out of nowhere.
We do know she was bringing up new allegations in her impact statement that she did not formally bring up during the 18-month investigation.
Yep.
Therefore, they cannot be legally considered during sentencing. It's up for you to decide if she was just an obsessed fan that was jealous and trying to ruin his reputation, or if she is actually a victim of a corrupt legal system. Bell was sentenced to 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service in California, and cannot have any contact with the victim. He was not required to register as a sex offender. At the time, the public looked at Drake as a pedophile who got off with a slap on the wrist. Drake tried countless times to proclaim his innocence, but it didn't work. They claimed he fled to Mexico to avoid punishment when we established before that his career had always thrived in Mexico. Shortly after the sentencing, Josh Peck went on multiple podcasts claiming that him and Drake were never friends, and that they didn't really know each other off set. They were just co-workers who went their separate ways. And when I did my own research into the story...
Yeah, this is the video that I was talking about. The story of Drake was really in this, like, in full deep deep cover of Patrick Cece's Dark Reality of Jake and Josh. You guys should check it out.
Seemed like a bold-faced lie, and Josh was trying to separate himself from Drake to...
Yeah, you're right about that, Draco. Like, Josh is like a two-faced scum. He just wants to protect himself for not being involved with like anything negative, where in fact he did he did a bunch of like somewhat controversial things, especially being associated with David Dobrik.
avoid backlash. From there, Drake's life began spiraling out of control. On December 7th, 2022, eyewitnesses caught Drake in the driver's seat of his car inhaling a substance out of balloons while his toddler son and wife were in the back seat. The very next day, another eyewitness report captured him outside of a vape shop inhaling a blue balloon with his child in the back seat. At the time, Bell was still on probation for attempted child endangerment and was seemingly engaging in a recreational substance known as whippets, where people inhale nitrous oxide from balloons, causing them to experience euphoria, hallucinogenic states, and relaxation. This drug is also extremely addictive and dangerous. The weird behavior continued on April 13th, 2023, when the Daytona Beach Police Department listed Drake Bell as missing and said he had been last seen before 9 p.m. on April 12th in the area of Mainland High School. The department's post noted what car Drake was likely driving, a 2022 gray BMW, and said he could be considered missing and endangered. TMZ obtained a 911 call where someone from Orlando PD explained why police were deeply concerned for Bell's well-being.
Basically, there is a celebrity who had a falling out with his wife. We got involved because the family, he's been texting the family in California saying that he's going to get drunk and himself, and he's in a hotel somewhere in Orlando.
Drake tweeted shortly after he was seemingly located, "You leave your phone in the car and don't answer for a night, and this?" While Drake seemed fine given the circumstances, the following week his wife filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. Per the petition, Janet asked for legal and physical custody of their son Jeremy, with Bell getting visitation rights. She also sought spousal support. Bell later revealed that he found out my wife filed for divorce from TMZ before promoting his new song, Going Away. In the song, Drake ironically sings about moving away to a remote island with his wife and son and starting a new life. Presumably unable to cope with the stress of losing his wife and child, eyewitnesses caught Drake using whippets once again on April 25th as he inhaled from a fully inflated balloon, merely days after the media publicized his divorce. When paparazzi asked him about it, this was his response.
There's some photos that surfaced of you with red balloons. What do you think? What do you gotta say about that? Those balloons?
You know, it is what it is. We'll figure it out.
Everything's good?
Yeah, everything's fantastic, man.
Drake Bell was at the lowest point of his life. Drugs had taken over and he had nowhere left to turn but rehab. However, rehab changed his life more than he anticipated as he began to open up about his childhood abuse.
But when I got into rehab, it was a really intense facility.
Yeah, it's because of it's because of coma. People can actually turn into this, having a trauma can change you as a person physically and mentally for the good or for the better. That trauma can either be assigned you can overcome it at the point of your life, or something that will haunt you every day until a remedy or a medicine, or not medicine, but a remedy or a way that you can actually move on to it and just like feel relief after conquering that trauma or that feeling. So that's why rehab, and then rehab facilities or freaking psychiatric facilities or therapists. Yeah, there you go.
And I went through a lot of grief counseling and trauma therapy.
Yeah, trauma therapy, counseling, and all that stuff.
Group therapy and one-on-one. I mean, it was all day. And I was unearthing all of these things that I never talked about. Not only never talked about with strangers, but even with people I was close to, had never gotten that deep about things that I've experienced and things that have happened. And I was around so many people who, for the first time, had similar stories or incredible trauma in their lives and were opening up and sharing. And that was the first time that I really felt like I was in an environment that was comfortable enough to share and felt comfortable enough around people that weren't going to judge and that really just wanted to see you get better.
Shortly after he got out of rehab, he was approached again by the producers of the Quiet on Set documentary, and he decided to share his story with the world. After hearing about Drake's abuse, the public did a 180 shift on him. His comment sections went from calling him a pedophile to sharing love, condolences, and positivity. People all of a sudden were empathetic. Some even used his past as an excuse for him allegedly engaging in inappropriate behavior with minors. They said things like Bell was a part of the cycle of abuse and couldn't control what was happening to him. It's true that childhood abuse can have profound psychological effects on survivors, including trauma, depression, and PTSD. Children who grow up suffering abuse may learn abusive behavior as a means of coping or as a model for how relationships function. Approximately 1/3 1/3 of all individuals who are abused in childhood will become abusers themselves, according to a study funded by the National
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Institute of Justice. A survivor of childhood sexual abuse may try to undo that abuse by taking back power. Someone who has been abused can play the role of the more powerful person in the relationship in an attempt to overcome the powerlessness they felt. One day after the Quiet on Set documentary released, Drake released a song and music video called I Kind of Relate. The song starts off with the lyrics, I found beauty in my pain, I'm running away from the abuse and all the shame, cause no one comes to my house anymore, no one knocks on my door. These lyrics are complemented with a visual of him as a child entering his on-set trailer with a grown man who likely represents Brian Peck, his abuser. Then the track quickly transitions to his infamous 2006 car crash, where 19-year-old Drake Bell was stopped at a red light and a driver fell asleep at the wheel going 60 miles per hour, then crashed into his 1966 Mustang head-on. Bell broke his jaw in 3 places, fractured his neck, and lost a bunch of teeth. The song continues, I lost my path so long ago. In 2008, I found love in Mexico, because no one wants to hear me in the States, so I'm running away. However, Bell releasing this music video after the documentary made some people think he was being disingenuous, that he was essentially capitalizing off the publicity to sell a record. Others pointed out that he has been writing about the abuse in his music for years, like in his 2006 song In the End, where he wrote, the monsters in your head have left you all to yourself. It's alright if ugly little things remind you of how it felt. Another day no one tells you what it means, what's in your way and poisoning your dreams, the darkest place that you've ever been. Or in his 2020 track, What Is Wrong? Well, I wish I was a kid again, I would laugh and play, like we did back then. Would I be afraid of all the monsters who just left me here in these abandoned rooms? We all know that artists write music based on their real life experiences, and this is Drake Bell's story to tell. Did he pre-plan this song and video to drop at the same time this documentary came out for strategic business purposes? He absolutely did. But it's pretty safe to assume that Drake would 100 out of 100 times choose to not have experienced this horrific trauma. He would have rather had a normal childhood, and if the tiny benefit is that he can make a song about his pain, then so be it. You could also argue that all the people who didn't want to hear his story until he came out about his own abuse are more disingenuous. Plus, the people that made the documentary are profiting off his story. Every YouTuber and TikToker and Twitch streamer talking about it are making money from it. That does not diminish or devalue the seriousness of his experience. From there, enraged fans began attacking his co-star Josh Peck, bombarding his comment section with hate, calling him an accomplice, and placing blame on him for Drake's abuse. They just somehow believe that Josh was complicit or aware of Drake's situation. Josh did make a statement on Instagram that he reached out to Drake privately and showed his support for the survivors that spoke out. Drake even asked supporters to take it easy on Josh.
But he has reached out to talk with me and help me work through this, and has been really, really great. So I just wanted to let you guys know that and to take it a little easy on him.
Drake asking people to give Josh grace is especially profound considering Josh threw him under the bus when Drake's allegations came to light. But Josh wasn't the only one receiving attacks. Fans went as far as attacking both of Drake's previous accusers, sending them threats and claiming that they were liars.
Yeah, that's actually like the interesting part as well. Like, despite the fact that, you know, Josh is being a douche to Drake, Drake still finds a way, like, hey, don't actually attack my bro on this. Like, he reached out to me, I understand, which is something, and we're just like dealing this as matured and completely like completely and fully matured and grown adults. Yeah, it really shows that Drake is a bigger man in the picture.
Trying to use Bell for publicity. After Quiet on Set, many die-hard Drake Bell fans seem to think that he is 100% innocent, but the reality is that two things can be true at the same time. Drake can be a victim and a predator. It's okay to be empathetic and understanding towards Drake the child while also holding Drake the adult accountable for previous actions. Understanding all the context in this type of situation is important to prevent it from happening again. Nothing is ever black and white in this world, so you have to use all of this information given in the video to determine who you think Drake Bell truly is.
Yep. Yeah, that was a really good commentary that Patrick CC did to this. Anyway, I'm gonna check the comments. I remember the media was not shy about exposing Drake Bell as a monster and crazy, but wasn't the grown man who abused him ever exposed in the same way? Also got hired by Disney and they have the nerve to say we wasn't aware of the situation, which was BS. Are you calling me a child in danger? I'm not calling you a child unsafer.
Is it a coincidence that both Drake and his ex said imagine the worst of assault and porn? Just interesting they said the same thing. It's been proven that the girl from the court case lied about a lot of what happened. Her own family came out and said she was basically an obsessed fan. False accusations. Yep. I didn't find any quote unquote proof of her lying, but she did bring up new accusations. Um, in her impact statements, but considering her aunt was the one taking her to these alleged meetups with Drake alone in a hotel, I'm not sure you should just immediately believe that her family says if the victim's allegations were true, then anyone would be pointing partial blame at her aunt family. Yeah, that too. I mean, I do understand as well, like the family, but it's also weird that why would the victim be close to? I mean, yeah, it's because of her aunt that she get to like meet Drake and be in his concert, but where is all the family in this situation, you know? Like you like they could have just like the victim could have just said to the family as well, like, hey, I'm going to with my auntie to see Drake. Like, is it okay if I go there? Like, there should be like a consent, a type of consent, or a sign that the family is like aware, like, okay, this is happening, and then, you know, if there's some cases like this, like they should be the one who they should be the one to be fully informed before anything else, you know, because that's part of family and all that stuff. Patrick CC didn't even drink water. Yeah, that's his signature routine in every video to drink water. Um, mm, how no one calls Jacob Perry after he froze everything for 18 months and found no signs of this, but not Cobra is truly beyond me. I remember being younger to think. Uh-huh. Josh was just jealous of Drake. He's obviously a free frenemy. He did everything to make Drake look bad just to find out Drake had so much trauma. Bet he feels silly now. Yep. Okay. What else do I need to? I want to react to more Patrick CC, to be honest. I already watched this, the Dan Schneider situation. Oh yeah, I forgot. I remember this. I didn't completely watch the entirety of Akon's Scam City, but like I watch a bit of it, so I'm gonna continue doing it.
In 2020, rapper Akon made an announcement that he was building his own $6 billion future city in Africa that looks like the hybrid of Dubai and the fictional city of Wakanda. Akon City is where innovation meets luxury, with 5 distinct districts designed to
what Brando
redefine
said.
urban living. See the African Village District, where modern waterfront homes beckon, and a sprawling, all-inclusive resort awaits your indulgence. Experience exhilaration in the Entertainment District, boasting a cutting-edge multi-purpose stadium and a colossal casino for endless excitement. Witness the future unfolding in the Tech District, poised to become the Silicon Valley of Africa, where groundbreaking technologies shape tomorrow's world. And of course, the essential Health and Safety District, because public services such as police stations, fire departments, and a general hospital are key to residents' quality of life. The Education District will provide comprehensive learning opportunities for both children and adults, ensuring growth and development for all. And lastly, the glamorous Sennewood District, which features 4 state-of-the-art filming studios, offices, and residential spaces, all culminating with the iconic Akon Tower piercing the skyline to glorify the genius who created this futuristic urban oasis. For the past 4 years, Akon and his team have been preparing this city to be ready for you to experience by 2024. And just 4 years later, this is what Akon City looks like today.
Oh my god, it's so bad.
Lies, corruption, collusion, a shady cryptocurrency, stealing native land. These are just a few of the villainous acts Akon has been accused of during this disastrous project. At first, many of his supporters saw him as a noble man making valiant efforts to create a real-life
Yeah.
utopia, but now they question why the
That was
guy
a
who
fail.
believes that all men are
Also,
divine kings
it's so weird. It's also weird that you can actually create that utopia in 4 years, bro. That's insane. Freaking the Skyway here in my area, freaking they built that Skyway for like what 10 years. And you think like 4 years worth of like construction and building a foundation out of that to make a utopia for 4 years? Freaking that's a wishful thinking. Not unless if you uh are like the people from Japan who actually build and innovate a lot of things in their buildings and structures and their lands.
to be worshipped by women, wants to create and lead his own city. But before we get into the fall of Akon City, it is important to understand the actual amazing achievements Akon has made for over a dozen African nations. After Akon made millions of dollars in the music industry, he wanted to extend resources to Senegal, which is where he is from. Growing up, Akon knew the struggles of living in the dark once the sun went down. The town in Senegal that he grew up in, like many others, had no access to running water or power. Local economies were forced to shut down businesses when the sun set, and families were constrained to candlelight and kerosene lamps to complete their nightly tasks, resulting in over 3 million deaths each year from harmful fumes and fires. In 2014, Akon Lighting Africa was launched. In the first year of Akon's Lighting Africa project, he brought solar energy to 14 different African nations, and although his intentions were noble, he had to implement borderline unethical strategies to convince nations to invest in solar. But before we get into that, a quick word from today's sponsor, Cook Unity. Cook Unity made this meme. You can see I'm pure. UnitySir.com problem with Africans. He's 50.
Sorry, Patrick, but I don't live in the US, so these ads are not effective
Or
to me.
click the link in the description below
Sorry.
to try them out yourself. One problem with Africans, he said, is that they often lack unity and are hesitant to think about the future. So he strategically approached nations who had upcoming elections, then installed solar systems for free in the village of the leader's choice, such as installing streetlights and solar panels for homes and businesses. Then it made those leaders look like they were invested in progressing their nation, which led to them receiving more votes from citizens. It came to the point that once that village was lit up, now the neighboring villages would bring pressure to the government and ask those same questions. How come we ain't lit up? Although many are critical of this tactic, at the end of the day, the communities are the ones who benefit the most. The solar electricity has allowed the vendors to operate for longer hours into the night and for children to study after dark. Also, just the simple installation of streetlights led to decreased crime rates due to the visibility these solar-powered street lighting provides. By 2020, Akon Lighting Africa has installed 100,000 solar-powered street lamps, 1,200 solar microgrids, and has created more than 5,000 jobs. But many people question how Akon was able to finance a project of this size. Sure, his music was successful, but we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure costs. Well, he was able to land a line of credit for up to $1 billion worth of solar equipment with the finance arm of China Jiangsu International Group, which is a
China.
Chinese government-owned construction firm. Most of these African nations could not afford the upfront money for installing solar infrastructure, but Akon's line of credit allowed the governments to pay in installments.
But when Bush was in power, Bush created a 200% tax on all solar or all solar-related and renewable energy coming into America. So all that investment, those billions of dollars of investment that China put into this was just sitting in factories and sitting in China, couldn't be used. So I took advantage of that and went down to China and to partner with some of those companies that couldn't use all that, investment that they already put for.
I'm actually curious, like how the hell did he contact like a business firm from China? But I guess from him like selling a lot of albums and music, gaining money out of it. I'm pretty sure he got some. Pretty sure he got some people or contacts that is easily reachable to him.
for Europe and America.
Because of Akon's efforts, an estimated 28.8 million people can now enjoy the same benefits of electricity that much of the world has enjoyed for decades.
You've always said that China has done more for Africa than any other country.
I mean, it's true. That's not something anybody can argue with. Yeah. I mean, they came, they laid down infrastructure. They actually did something that the European countries been around for 400 years and did nothing. That's why if you see Africa now hasn't been developed. This was the responsibility of France, Great Britain, Italy, Germany. These guys have been in Africa forever and it's never been developed. China just started putting interest in Africa. Now you have roads, roundabouts, like they're actually putting structure down.
Now, China has been investing in Africa since the early 2000s, but their interest has dramatically increased in the past 10 years, having loaned $170 billion to 49 different nations. And while the Chinese government investing in Africa is a major step forward into the advancement of those nations, some people think that they have a secret evil motive behind their interest. Now, obviously, these Chinese investments need to be paid back. The problem is that Africa's total debt from 2000 to 2022 is around $1.8 trillion, which is 300% higher than Africa's GDP growth rate in the same amount of time. Basically, they're in a lot of debt and don't have a stable way to pay back the money. But that might be exactly what the Chinese government wants. Debt trap diplomacy, or the Chinese debt trap, is essentially their strategy of building expensive infrastructure and assets that these African nations cannot afford, secretly hoping that they will stop making payments and then China will take control of their land or assets that they just built. Now, why would China want to control a bunch of land, resources, and assets in the middle of Africa? Your guess is as good as mine. But these theories were spawned after an investigation into these loan documents.
In one report which analyzed 100 Chinese contracts, it revealed that the loans are structured to give an advantage over other creditors and allows action to be taken if the borrower acts contrary to the interests of a People's Republic of China entity. There are also unusual clauses that shroud agreements in secrecy.
So what exactly would constitute as acting contrary to the interest of a Chinese entity? Well, that's really vague, likely on purpose. Who knows what would legally count as acting contrary? And as far as these unusual confidential clauses, well, that alone is enough for some.
Sometimes people from China or Chinese businessmen are really smart when it comes to like proposing land or business type situation or business strategy. Like, you can't blame them. It's a part of their routine or culture to be to quote unquote swindle you for benefits. That's what I think. But but I'm not saying it as a bad thing, but it's also a good thing. It really depends on the context of the situation.
Some people to believe that China is trying to be vague and non-transparent on purpose, but others believe that this is just extremely standard contract practices that the World Bank and any other small bank in existence provides, and that the Chinese debt trap as a whole is just more Western propaganda to 1. Demonize Africa more, and 2. Make Americans hate the Chinese government. Think about it this way: when you're buying a house, does the government, the media, or the banks call it a debt trap? No, they call it a smart and often necessary investment into your future. But if you can't make your payments on your house, they take it away, and now they own it. So wouldn't that make buying a house an American debt trap? It just comes down to whether you think China is doing extremely standard business, or do they want these nations to fall short on payments to take over their assets and gain power in Africa. Regardless, Akon's relationship with these Chinese financiers and previous success with lighting Africa allowed him to pitch his newest venture, Akon City. He claims that he was able to get his $1 billion credit line raised to $5 billion with these Chinese investment groups. Following the announcement of the city, Akon went on a publicity tour promoting the new project.
The president of Senegal gave you 3 square miles of land.
Well, this is the thing. I had to actually buy the land, so it wasn't gifted to me. But what the president and the government are doing, they're actually laying the foundation for all the infrastructure on the land. The basic sewage, electricity, things like that. All the things that have to be set forth for me to build the city on top of.
Okay.
And they give me 100% full, support.
The city will be built on a 3 square mile plot just 60 miles from Dakar, the capital and largest city in Senegal. Now 3 square miles is not a ton of land, that's 2,000 acres or a little more than double the size of Central Park in New York City. However, Akon says this version of the city is just phase 1 of a multi-phase plan. He also announced during this time that Akon City would operate fully on their own cryptocurrency called...
Yeah, Vicky, this is the this is where the part like it's all crumbling down. I mean, I know cryptocurrency is a thing now and it can be used, but but it's not really consistent in terms of like successful transactions and all that stuff, or being like a norm currency in like in every part of the country. But you know,
Acoin is a stellar...
I remember this part of the video that the African country really supports like cryptocurrency, or they use cryptocurrency as as their own currency as well, or a form of payment.
Based cryptocurrency designed to fuel rising entrepreneurs in Africa and beyond. Acoin will be used as a common medium of transfer between Africa's 54 countries, each with its own volatile currency, allowing African citizens and entrepreneurs to engage with the digital economy with only a mobile phone.
People don't always have access to, bank accounts and so forth, but everybody has a phone.
Everybody has a phone.
So with the phone, you can make payments.
Absolutely.
And that's how it all kind of fits in.
That's what makes all the sense in the world.
Okay.
Acoin is not a groundbreaking technology. Many Africans have adopted crypto for everyday use as it is generally more stable and flexible than their country's native currency. But even before crypto was adopted, over 50 million Africans use M-Pesa, or mobile minutes, which is kind of like the Cash App or Venmo of Africa. Millions of Africans can transfer money to family members in different countries or pay for goods and services with ease using M-Pesa. It would be significantly easier for Akon City residents if the country was built around a more commonly used cryptocurrency or just sticking with M-Pesa. So why Acoin?
How much Acoin do you actually own?
I mean, I am the bank.
Akon said it himself. He is the bank. Not only is he building a city named after him, but also creating the currency that he controls and owns the most of. Before launching his Acoin cryptocurrency, the Acoin website announced a pre-sale opportunity called the Token of Appreciation, or TOA campaign. This pre-sale was treated like a donation, and donors were promised 4 tokens for every $1 spent. Acoin was launched on most major crypto exchanges in early 2021 and peaked at around 58 cents, which at the time was around a 132% gain for the TOA holders if they sold. However, the majority believed in Acoin, so they held. Within a few months, the price began spiraling down to roughly 10 cents per coin, taking TOA holders from a 132% gain to a 60% loss. Due to the shocking dip, Acoin admins offered a refund to their initial donors. One donor named Marcus said, "The refund was meant to come a few weeks later. We are now over a year, and we're back at the same situation we were years ago with the lack of communication, and now everybody's up in arms." But Marcus isn't alone. The owner of the Go Black to Africa YouTube channel showed proof of him emailing Acoin admins only to be ignored for years. The YouTuber wrote to Andrew of the Acoin Foundation requesting a refund on December 19th, 2021. Andrew replied 22 days later and said that the YouTuber was added to the list for refund requests and we will be reaching out shortly regarding further details on how to proceed. The YouTuber provided his physical mailing address, which Andrew claimed was the next step towards a refund, only for him to be ignored for 4 months with no refund, and now it has been 3 years and still no refund. When Akon was asked about these refunds, he said he had no idea there was any problems.
That I was aware, because I know all the people that I know that was on record. We definitely met with everybody, and this was the agreement that was actually agreed on. So if there was anyone outside of that, I definitely wasn't aware.
And those people who asked for their money back and were expecting it a year ago, when will they receive that money?
Well, that I'm just literally on everything finding out. So I'm gonna definitely get more involved and figure out what that's about. But we do have instruments in place to make sure those people are happy, even if I gotta go in my own pocket.
But as far as we know, Akon has not come out of pocket to pay these people back. The coin eventually fell to $0.0029, which is essentially a 100% loss. At the moment, Acoin is not listed on any cryptocurrency exchange, so nobody can buy it, sell it, or use it anywhere. It is worth nothing.
Akon had appeared that he was doing.
Use it anywhere. It is worth
Please no crypto related request.
nothing.
Akon had appeared that he was doing a good job, but it seems though that he is just like most who would want to use Africa only for his own benefit.
As if it couldn't get any worse, Akon City today is an utter ghost town. Last year, this picture went viral of one singular Minecraft concrete brick laid in the center of Akon City, showcasing an extreme lack of progress being made considering the fact that Akon said the city would be done by 2024. However, there is a little more than just this one stone. Today in 2024, you can see the first completed building, an extremely standard and non-futuristic building.
Oh my god, that is so bad. Yeah, does it scream Utopia? Utopia to you? Utopia City to you, chat? To me, it looks like one of those buildings that you can see outside of your house. Or nearby, like, warehouse. Jesus Christ.
That they say is a recreational center. There's also another small, barely constructed building with a spiral staircase, which, to be fair, does look like a small version of what the original vision depicted. However, 99% of the land remains vacant with wild cattle grazing. Yes, technically construction has begun, but as you can see, this is a far cry from the futuristic megacity we were promised. Akon blamed the pandemic, saying everything would be pushed back by 2 years, which doesn't really makes sense considering he announced Akon City to the international media when the pandemic was at its worst moments. The unfortunate part about the land that's just sitting unused is that the land belonged to several hundred people who are still owed compensation from the Senegalese government. The first phase of Akon City was supposed to be built on 55 hectares of land secured by SAPCO in 2009, eventually expanding onto a further 500 hectares by the end of the decade. Macky Sall, the president of Senegal, said, "My problem concerning the land is not with Akon. My problem is concerning SAPCO, because it is them who took the land from the villagers." Originally, the Senegalese government's tourist board, SAPCO, was backing the project, saying, "We believe in Akon City and we are all supporting Akon so that Akon City will come to life. It will attract tourists and investors in the region, and SAPCO is fully committed to the success of this project." But most recently, they have sent Akon a formal notice that if the project has not advanced by next year, its contract with him will be terminated. And since Akon has massively overpromised and massively underdelivered, people are starting to question his intentions in the first place. "I plan to retire in that city," he says confidently. "I don't like to use the word king of the city, but that's what it will turn out to be." Words like this have made some people believe that Akon City is just an empire to inflate his ego at best, and a corrupt billion-dollar scam at worst. Additionally, Akon's views of the Western world's morals and gender roles has made people disagree with him as a leader.
But what happens in today's society, the woman chooses which role she want to play. In the last 10, 15 years, I haven't met a woman that can actually cook. I haven't met a woman that actually wants to clean the house. I've met the baddest bitches on the globe and asked to go to the bathroom, and the bathroom looked like shit. Hair all over the place.
What the fuck are you watching? Don't worry, Hypes. How you doing?
Like, come on now.
Some Patrick CC documentary stuff.
Maybe this could just be a joke, but Akon does follow a very non-Western style of raising his 9 children with 7 different women.
Time you're at every single recital.
No, that's a white man's thing. Who cares a fuck about a recital? The reason why people like me can't spend every single day and minute with their children is because the mother's job is to be there with the children. I'm the man. My job is to provide comfort so the mother can provide and raise those children to be like me.
I have a video you might be interested.
When a child gets to a certain age, that's my responsibility now to show him what it is.
I mean, can you give me the context of the video that you might be in? If you're gonna provide like a link, no. I wanna know.
And a woman has her role. But the day the woman believes that
Isn't this a bit sexist and misogynistic, to be honest, chat? Of the comments that he's saying.
The man is supposed to share her role with her, then that means she's lacking. I don't go pull my wife out to the construction site to go pull nails in 2x4s because that's not her place. A guy ain't got time to be in the house all day with no kids.
Now, this could be chalked up to just a traditional style of raising a family.
It's a dumb Dubai project that's currently being built. Okay, after this, maybe after this.
Sometimes he justifies his beliefs with extreme levels of bro science.
So, as a woman, her role is to support the man. The man, we are the kings and the divine of this universe.
Jesus fucking Christ, That's a sex. That is arguably one of the sexist comments that I ever heard.
Never compared to the man. They have to understand that here in America, the woman don't create life. They support the creation of life. A man right now can create life without a woman, but a woman can't create life without a man.
Jesus fucking Christ.
If I wanted to create life right now without a woman, I would just shoot my sperm, put it in the incubator, and just give it 9 months, even maybe less with today's science, and a baby will be born. A woman can't do that.
Hopefully in Akon City, he is not in charge of the education curriculum because his science is considerably off here. Akon is likely referring to vitro gametogenesis, which is essentially creating an egg and a sperm outside of the human body to create a life. And the answer is no, we cannot do this right now. We can fertilize a female egg and a male sperm in a lab environment, but in order to give birth, the fertilized embryo must be transferred back to the woman's uterus. At the absolute worst, Akon could be a scammer with a god complex, who is willing to take Chinese money to build infrastructure that African nations cannot afford, only to line his own pockets while these nations crumble and get taken over by the Chinese government. Or at best, he is truly trying to build a futuristic utopia for Africans, and unfortunately, the massive political and economic responsibilities were far more than he could handle. And as of right now, Akon City won't exist for a very long time. But to be honest, it probably never will.
Okay. I mean, oh god, okay. Do I have auto on? I don't have auto. What the fuck?
In 2020,
Is this the one? Yeah, I think yeah, this is it. This is the one. Yep, this is the one.
Countless governments and companies have taken a stab at building a city of the future. There's Songdo.
So fucking dumb. It's also almost comedic. I think if you really think about it, like a lot of wait.
In South. Countless governments and companies have taken a stab at building a city of the future. There's
City of the future. Look up Japan. there's some city or structures that Japan made that looks like the city of future. Trust me.
Songdo in South Korea, the Alphabet-funded Quayside project in Toronto, which was abandoned in May of last year, and both Singapore and Barcelona have tried to modernize with smart sensors. In January of 2021, Saudi Arabia announced plans for its own futuristic city called The Line. Instead of communities sprawling outward from a central location, they would be built vertically and arranged, well, in a line, hence the name. Even though the
I think I know this one. I think I know this one. Yeah, this is actually like one of the dumbest projects ever visualized. I think I know this. I think I saw it. I saw an article about it, but I didn't but I immediately ignored it because it was like, whoa, that's actually something that came out from a movie or from a video game or something like that.
Stretches 170 kilometers, it would do away with cars entirely and instead be connected by high-speed rail that would travel the entire length in just 20 minutes. And each individual community would be largely self-contained so that almost anything you could need, be it a school, a doctor, or a quick meal, would be only a 5-minute walk away.
Oh no.
The government says the line will run on 100% clean energy and make extensive use of sensors and AI to manage the city's services.
Imagine living in the middle of that. Let me go visit my friend. No, imagine if there's a natural calamity, floods. What would you do?
And all of this is supposed to be nestled in the pristine natural landscape of the Tabuk province with minimal impact on the environment. Now the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has
Hey, I know that person. I know that figure. public figure.
Field grandiose renders of what the city will look like to match the grandiose plans. The line is envisioned as a giant glass and mirrored wall, 170.
The question is that glass tempered glass or a shockproof glass? Because there's actually a lot of key factors on how to protect this structure. It has to be nature prepared, like yeah, in the middle of a desert, because you may not know if there's like a calamity such as an earthquake. I mean, desert, yeah, true, but at the same time, like the temperatures,
kilometers long, 200 meters wide, and 500 meters.
Also, at the same time, like human error, man-made problems would occur. Do you think they can be safe in that very restrictive structure of a land?
Meters tall. That's taller than the Empire State Building.
Yo, Pudding, how you doing?
It would have greenery stretching along the top.
How you doing, Pudding? Yeah.
An open-air ventilation system to help maintain an ideal climate year-round, and it would house up to 9 million people. Now, the line is just one part of Saudi Arabia's controversial $500 billion NEOM megacity project.
Jesus.
For one, the so-called virgin land that the government is building NEOM on is, unsurprisingly, not all that virgin. It is the ancestral and current home of many people, including members of the Hawatat tribe, who are being forced from their homes for what many see as a vanity project.
Again, congrats on your VTuber. Hey, thank you, man. How you doing? Been a while. Been a while since you've been in my stream. Yeah. Thank you. I'm chilling at the moment, doing dailies for my Final Fantasy 14. I see. Yeah, I see. Did you know that there's some Fall Guys? There's some Fall Guys stages or missions. I think it was stages in Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, excuse me.
That won't amount to much in reality. Those who have dared to speak out against the government's plans or refuse to give up their homes have been harassed and abducted by Saudi security forces, arrested, or in some cases killed. For example, Abdul Rahim al-Hawati, a prominent Hawatat activist, was killed by police in April of 2020 after posting
I got the bean costume.
videos on social media trying to raise awareness of the forced displacement. All of this controversy has even led to some commercial partners pulling out of deals like Riot Games, which had signed on NEOM to sponsor the League of Legends European Championship. Backlash from the gaming community caused that to quickly unravel. Now, even if NEOM is eventually built and lives up to its lofty promises, there will still be plenty of more cause for concern.
I think I cut my lip,
The line is
chat.
expected to be loaded with countless sensors,
Yeah, I think I cut my
cameras, and
lip.
facial recognition
It's
technology that,
because
in
of
such
the
a
warm
confined
weather.
space, could push government surveillance to almost unthinkable
Also been really busy
levels.
with the work as well.
Now, that
I
would
see.
be troubling in any nation, but in a country like Saudi Arabia, where homosexuality is outlawed, LGBTQ people are persecuted, and women hold almost no rights, it's downright terrifying.
Also, it's against human rights as well. Also, property rights. If you're forcing anyone to live in that very straight line, you call this a structure or a livelihood, bro? it looks so claustrophobic if you're going to manage to build that, because it's a structure, it's a building, or it's like a whole utopia. Any video from internet? Oh, I know that one. I think I know internet historian. I think maybe some other. I think I want more Patrick CC. I actually have wait. Wait, chat. I'm actually thinking about a video. Oh wait, okay. It's been a while since I actually watched Sunny V2 videos, and this actually comes to mind. This one, the beloved YouTubers who died as legends. Maybe there are some YouTubers that I know or stumble upon. I already know the middle is Erica, but yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
If Heaven was hosting a party for legends, then these 10 YouTubers would all be invited. Supplying the vodka would definitely be Apator,
Yeah,
who
Joy-Con
sadly
boys.
predicted his own death just days before it happened. His final video was titled I Am Not Dead, I Am 57 Today, and it followed the same premise as all his other content. Apator would film himself almost always drinking spirits before going out to play in extremely cold conditions. He'd mow his grass in the middle of a hailstorm, wash himself in bathtubs filled with ice, and wriggle like a worm in the snow. But on the subject of his death, the most important series had the label On Thin Ice. As the title might suggest, Apator would ice skate on barely frozen lakes before always falling through to make it entertaining. The problem was, due to possible intoxication and having ice skates on his feet, Apator often struggled to escape the freezing water and had no one there to help if things didn't go to plan.
I'm most time alone, 99%.
On the topic of safety, Apator stated, many regard falling through the ice as life-threatening, but if you know what you're doing and have ice claws, then it's usually fine. He further added with a smile, I shouldn't be cocky, I could very well die out here someday. Apator's final video confirmed this hadn't happened yet, although just 7 days later his 25-year-long partner made a tragic Facebook post. Friday 26 November was a normal Friday. You went to a lake near Kongsberg and you were looking forward to ice skating. You were supposed to film yourself and use it in a video. You sent me a message when you arrived with pictures of yourself in the water. Good conditions, you wrote. But something went terribly wrong. You ended up in the ice water, and this time you did not get up again, as you have done so many times before. In the end, you were picked up by divers and sent by air ambulance to hospital. They did everything they could to bring you back to life, but you had been underwater for too long. Johannes and I were with you when the doctors at the hospital turned off all the machines that had kept your body going. Thank you for everything that you have been to Johannes and me. We have endless good memories and we miss you so indescribably. Apator will be remembered for living his life to the fullest, while Tommy 11 will be remembered
Oh, I
for
know
the
this
records
one.
that
I actually know this one. I think he was well, he holds a record of like one of the first deceased YouTubers that has accumulated a lot of subscribers. It's actually a very sad story as well, but he did fulfilled his goal in life, and it's sad to to say that his life goal that he wanted in life has reached after he passed away.
he broke. You see, Tommy had gotten brain cancer at the age of only 12, but dreamed of becoming a famous YouTuber whilst he was still healthy. After 2 months of uploading, Tommy had gained a measly 10 subscribers. However, the Facebook page Velociraptor and its 16 million followers were about to change Tommy's life forever. They'd post a photo of Tommy's channel with the caption, "Let's fulfill a dream. His name is Tommy, unfortunately he has brain cancer, but he has the hope of being known as a YouTuber. It is our time to make a child happy. Shall we help him? Here's Tommy's channel." Only 3 hours and 40 minutes later, a comment showed Tommy had gained 800,000 subscribers, grabbing the attention of Dross Rotzank, El Rubius OMG, Oron Play and the Gref, who sent their combined 100 million subscribers to help with the young boy's dream. Within only 10 days, Tommy had gone from 476 subscribers to 7.2 million, which after growing to 10 million later that year, also meant he broke the following records: the most subscribers gained in an hour, the most subscribers gained in a day, the most subscribers gained in a week, the fastest channel to achieve 1 million subscribers, and the youngest creator to achieve both 1 and 10 million subscribers. Tommy was therefore also sent a diamond play button, although only his parents were there to see it come. Tommy had died just 2 months beforehand at the age of only 12. In the very same year, we lost Laoshu 55,000. Moses McCormick taught himself to speak over 50 languages fluently, then talked to random native speakers who were always extremely shocked. Better yet was when he switched to a second language.
I just love people who has that universal tongue, like they and mind are really uh, really great brain capabilities to learn multiple languages. I wish I have that
kind of talent or have that skill, because if I do, like, there's an old saying that you can go places as long as you know how to speak any form of languages, or body language, or any type of dialect. Like your mouth can get you everywhere in the part of the world, as long as you know how to speak every every known language.
Or when he spoke an unusual language that wasn't quite so common.
You're Germany?
I'm Hungarian.
Oh, Hungarian. Szia, hogy vagy? Hogy vagy?
These videos helped Moses to gain 1 million subs. However, in May 2020, Lao Shu's brother Mark, who often appeared in the videos, uploaded his own video titled "Warning Video to Lao Shu Family, Friends and Fans, Moses is not safe." In the video, Mark explained that Lao Shu had begun a new relationship with a girl who he believed was acting very strangely.
I don't know this girl, and she came out of nowhere. She's an ex-federal agent.
The video was especially concerning after this was also said,
"We have to pray for Moses right now. He is not well. She actually has been manipulating him, and he is not well. He's not well."
And while this could have been dismissed as an overprotective brother, Lao Shu died unexpectedly only 9 months later. The cause of death was supposedly a heart attack, yet Lao Shu's brother didn't buy it for a second.
And it would be a damn lie to tell the world that he died of a heart attack.
He'd upload a new video believing Lao Shu was murdered by his girlfriend.
In 2020, I shared my concern regarding being associated with that new girl that nobody knew.
Also starting an online fundraiser which read, "My brother didn't have any chronic illness and never complained to me about heart issues. When I seen the condition of his body, I immediately knew he was killed," yet Lao Shu's girlfriend responded to the claims by calling them baseless conspiracy theories. So exactly what happened is for your own conclusion, but the assassination of Christina
Oh, I know
Grimmie
this
is much
one.
more cut and dry.
I know this
Christina
one.
began on YouTube by covering popular songs, and only 2 years after starting, Selena Gomez hired her. Christina's popularity exploded after placing third on The Voice, giving her the audience to play live in concert, where the unthinkable tragically happened.
Yeah, this shit hurts, man. I know the story of it.
On the 10th of June 2016, Christina posted a tweet reading Orlando. "Come out to the show tonight at the Plaza Live, starts at 7:30, also attaching the following video.
Hey guys, what's up? We're in Orlando today. Please come to the show if you
Vicky, it's always Florida. It's always Florida.
live near Orlando, Florida.
And as shown by the concert's footage, it went extremely normally.
You guys are awesome! Oh my goodness!
However, after the show concluded, Christina held a meet and greet where just minutes after taking these fan photos, Kevin James Lubel walked up and fatally shot Christina. She's since been remembered as a beautiful person and an amazing singer, a beautiful soul.
I think the reason behind that attack was, he was a deranged fan, or like a crazy fan.
With an amazing voice and an incredible talent that won't be forgotten, similar to Rich Piana, who also inspired millions.
Oh, I
The
know this
bodybuilding
one.
YouTuber had been using PEDs
I
since a
didn't
very
even know that he passed away.
early age.
I've been taking steroids since I was 18. I'm 43, so what is that, 25 years?
Accepting the side effects by stating, "I am total 100% aware that damage is being done to my body in the choices I am making. I know for a fact that doing what I'm doing is going to cause damage, but I have made a choice and I'm willing to deal with that. I'm willing to roll the dice, and that's something you have to be willing to do." In 2014, at the age of 43, Rich Piana said this.
I have to say, honestly, I've had no side effects.
Although only 3 years after claiming that he'd had 0 side effects, the following video surfaced showing his poor state of health.
Baby, this is not normal. I know. I've seen stuff like this before. I'm afraid.
Oh my god. So
Babe, what's up?
Hey, babe, don't get upset, baby. Baby, everything's gonna be fine. Everything's fine.
Whilst getting a haircut later that year, Rich Piana unexpectedly collapsed before falling into a coma and dying 2 weeks later. His autopsy showed his heart and liver weighed twice the average size, with the following comments summarizing his legacy perfectly. "I respected that guy. He at least didn't hide nothing about what he used. Showed folks how not to do it. RIP Mr. Piana," although sadly Claire Wineland's state of health was a little less voluntary. In fact, Claire Wineland began on YouTube by talking about her health.
I have something called cystic fibrosis, which is a genetic disease, meaning you're born with it. As you get older, it gets worse. I've nearly died 6 times.
And despite being born with cystic fibrosis, it became substantially worse from the second she started uploading.
Over the past 6 months or so, my health has declined dramatically. Just took a freaking plummet.
2 months later, Claire explained that things had gotten worse again.
You know, like I couldn't work. I've never felt more embarrassed in my entire life.
And while a viral GoFundMe had made a massive difference,
That we got to $200,000 with $10 donations it's just mind-boggling to me. I don't even...
this turned out to be her final video alive. Just 3 weeks after receiving her donations, Claire was given a lung transplant that caused her to suffer a stroke. She died in September 2018 at the age of 21.
I'm hoping we get past 21. Like, I just wanna go clubbing once.
At the same time, Etika was also trying to wear a smile. He'd built a cult fan base called the Joy-Con Boys. However, after 10 years of content creation, they began to notice that Etika was acting a whole lot stranger.
Senzu being Dragon Balls, all those things exist. Every dead person that died, they'll come back, and they'll realize they're God, and they'll feel like they're Goku.
As a result, Etika was placed in a mental hospital, and despite confirming his release by posting "I am free," he had more problems just around the corner. Police returned to Etika's house after some more concerning tweets, which he'd live streamed to the public for roughly 40 minutes.
If you break into my apartment, you will be breaking the law, officer.
This sucks, actually. I mean, although I known Etika much on the Super Smash Bros. Scene and the reaction vids, but god damn, freaking, this is like a sign of he needs help. This is a sign that he needs help, and this shows that they're not really like arresting him or anything like that. They're just doing a wellness check to him because it's actually concerning for what he's doing on the internet, from what I recall.
Step foot into my apartment. You do not have permission. Now leave the premises before I call my lawyer and have him sue you.
2 months later, he'd post a new video titled "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry I betrayed your trust. I'm sorry I pushed you all away. I'm sorry I made a clown of myself.
After which his phone and bag were found abandoned on the ground. Police then found Etika's body roughly 5 days later, but at least burned it out.
Yeah, it was due to depression. Like really, it was like very difficult depressive episode that he had. I think even one of, if I recall, Hives, I think one of his friends like told him like, if we're only aware, if it was like in a term of like, if only they were aware, if only they were sticking to him all the time, none of this would happen, because you know he's like threat to himself, and that's what happened. That's the result. Like he offed himself.
Albertson's life had a much more wholesome ending. Bernard didn't begin on YouTube until the age of 72, but had lived such a jam-packed life his stories were instantly welcomed. On the 8th of November 2013, he'd post the incredibly...
Oh, I know this one. This video actually got me, it popped out in my recommended.
Viral An Old Man's Advice video, inspiring his audience with a couple words of wisdom.
You can do anything that you want to do. Don't say the world is just against me. That's not true.
Fun fact, no one searched for this, but we all needed it.
Yeah, that's the really good fun fact about it. Nobody actually searched for it, but we need it. I watched it. I was in tears when I was watching it, bro. It popped on my recommended. I'm like, I'm gonna click on it.
He'd therefore post another installment with the opposite philosophy to most boomers.
Young people, without you, this world is nothing. You are the backbone of this world.
Before uploading a series of Bible teachings, one of which from April 2019 discussing Armageddon and the end times. Well, as the top comment read, "May you rest in peace," it turns out this video was the end for Bernard himself, who died in October 2019 just before his 81st birthday. The channel remains active with content posted by his son, while more tragically, Technoblade's channel is still active with content posted by his dad.
Oh, I remember. I actually remember this incident too. And freaking, there was a YouTube drama channel that was like milking about like Technoblade's death, and like he was, and that YouTube uh creator was like milking it, like having like clickbaity titles and thumbnails about it, and then after, I think after that, Charlie called him out for it, and then his YouTube got taken down, and he was like so devastated. But that's how you pay the price when you're making money out of, people who passed away.
Technoblade was gaining roughly 20 million views per video when after a 3-month break he'd make an unexpected announcement.
So in the last few days of July, I noticed that my right arm was starting to hurt a decent amount. I headed over to the doctor to see what was wrong, and the reason my arm hurts is because I have cancer.
Techno spent the video joking like it wasn't all that serious.
Of all the phone calls I've made, nobody took the news worse than my health insurance provider. They've been inconsolable for weeks. They were like, "You got what?"
Having full confidence that things would turn out fine.
I just want to clarify that the doctors I have are like insanely good, bro. I'm gonna be getting some of the finest healthcare in the world, so don't worry about me too much.
It had seemingly gotten more serious with the upload, "I almost became an amputee," yet Techno actually explained in the video that he was almost back to normal.
I now have 99.9% less cancer than I used to, which is pretty great. World of difference between that at 100%, but so far everything is going according to plan.
It seemed his condition was only getting better.
So my arm, it's gotten a lot better. I can raise my elbow up to like my chin and my arm up to my forehead.
However, only 3 months afterwards, it was confirmed by his dad that Technoblade had passed. Despite talking about the cancer in his arm, Techno didn't mention that it spread across his lungs, taking his life and devastating a fan base like the death of Joe Lindner. He was often referred to as the legendary Joe Aesthetics, initially going viral for a muscle movement known as alien gains. However, Joe explained that it came from rippling muscle disease, and it was actually difficult to live with.
By the way, it hurts so much, bro. It hurts like crazy.
Further adding on Bradley Martin's podcast, it affected his vital organs.
But there's nothing bad to the disease, no?
Let's be honest, the muscle is also, the heart is also a muscle. And
Yeah.
that's my biggest concern
that's
always.
scary.
What if I have such a bad cramp that my heart gets a cramp? I don't
called
know.
a heart attack.
The conversation then flowed toward bodybuilding deaths.
The fitness industry in general, a lot of people are kind of, going out.
Yet neither Brad or Joe could have ever guessed that only 23 days later Joe would meet a similar fate. His girlfriend announced his death via Instagram, the cause of which being a brain aneurysm, remembering her partner with a pretty accurate description. An amazing and incredible person in this world.
Oof. It hurts. It fucking hurts. Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? Do you guys want to watch? You know what? I'm gonna.
If heaven was hosting.
I actually want to watch like something wholesome, I guess. We've been watching like so sad and so sad things. Okay, something fun. Okay, Okay, I'll go back to Patrick CC again. Wait. Where is it? There you go. Well, you guys know Keith Lee, right? There you go. I love this video. I actually love this video. It's so cool. It's so cool to watch too. Here you go. Chat about the death thing. Yeah, it kind of like thinks me like how in what way would I die too? Would it be something memorable or something infamous? Yeah, that's a question for another time.
Imagine you own a restaurant, and the difference between having a line of hungry customers out the door every day or your establishment looking like a ghost town is based on the experience of one man. That one man is not a professional food critic nor a culinary expert, but millions of people around the country treat his word like gospel. That is the Keith Lee effect. Keith Lee is either Batman or Joker when it comes to restaurant owners. But once you hear his story, you will understand why he has such a cult-like following. It's much deeper than a guy who who has decent taste buds. Keith Lee is a man who
Decent
failed at the
taste.
one thing he was actually good at. Then at his darkest moment, he refused to give up and created a meteoric influence in an industry he had no business being in. Keith described himself as a very small child who felt the need to display his dominance to overcompensate for his short stature. His bad behavior led to him getting expelled from every school in the Detroit, Michigan area before
Damn, that
attending
phone.
a charter school as a last resort, where he barely managed to graduate the 8th grade.
So by the time I got to high school, I was a weed head, smoking every day. I'm talking about bad, like every day. My freshman year, I had a 0.6 GPA.
Things would get even worse for Keith in high school, where he lived in the shadow of his brother. Keith's older brother Kevin had already garnered a remarkable reputation as a star athlete who graduated with a 3.9 GPA before receiving a scholarship to wrestle for Grand Valley State University, which is an NCAA Division II school. Keith decided to follow in his brother's footsteps for all the wrong reasons.
When I got there, it was more out of spite. It was more out of arrogance. It was more out of just like, now I'm approved to you, I can do it. And I don't even want to do it. I'm going to just do it because you told me I can't do something else. So I'm going to just do it just to shit on you, basically.
He utilized all his pent-up aggression and transferred it out on the wrestling mat, where he showed a genuine talent for the sport and squashed his competition. But he was a stubborn, disobedient child who didn't focus on his grades, didn't stay disciplined, and quit the team. Then his father got arrested and imprisoned following a heated altercation with some people in his neighborhood. His father's inability to provide for his family meant Keith, his mother, and younger brother were forced to move into an abandoned home, where Keith started to question his religious faith and overall perspective on life. At his lowest moment, the only way he could go was up. He stopped smoking, stopped hanging out with bad influences, and got back into wrestling. Fast forward to his senior year, Keith averaged a 3.6 GPA and was preparing to wrestle at the Michigan High School State Championships, which hadn't been achieved by a student at Southfield High School since the 90s. He received a partial scholarship to wrestle for Indiana Tech, but made a critical error. He never actually enrolled in the school. He showed up at Indiana Tech, connected with the wrestling coach, attended random classes, and got fully immersed into the college life. He was expecting a dorm room since he thought he had a scholarship, but when he showed up to the admissions office, they were confused.
They take me to the office and they like, you don't have no paperwork filled out, sir.
Who are you?
Yeah, they was like, only thing we have is the offer letter that we sent you.
Right?
So we only got your name and your information from the offer letter. They was like, that's all we know about you. We don't know nothing else.
He treated it like a birthday party invitation. You sent me the invitation.
I just showed up.
Keith laughs about the situation now, but at the time, he was devastated. They told Keith if he didn't pay them $20,000 for the semester and $2,000 for the application fee, he wouldn't be allowed to go to school. Unable to get a loan, Keith had to move back with his family, who relocated to Las Vegas. He was now sharing bunk beds with his 14-year-old brother, who regularly reminded Keith that he was a loser.
At this point, I'm in the deepest depression I've been in a long time.
Dang.
Because I'm like, oh, the reality is sitting in.
Yeah,
He's right.
yeah.
I'm not in school. I don't have a job. I got fired already. I didn't quit a job. My track history with work is already terrible. I didn't got kicked out of school.
Yeah.
I don't have no other offers.
Right.
Nothing in life is looking bright to me right now.
Right.
I don't have nothing going for me.
Keith's older brother Kevin had recently secured a contract to fight in the UFC as Kevin the Motown Phenom Lee, and Kevin was a savage. At his peak, he held a 16-2 professional record and was toe-to-toe with legends like Tony Ferguson and Charles Oliveira. Kevin forced Keith to get into the gym with him, and on his first day, their coach Dewey Cooper realized the potential Keith had as an MMA fighter. Desperate for money and a purpose, Keith trained for a year straight and won his first 4 amateur fights. The only 2 losses he had were by split decision, meaning he was a very promising prospect. However, he was earning next to nothing for these, $500, maybe $1,000 per fight. Keep in mind, this was over the course of 3 years, so he was broke following a rotation of various low-end jobs. But luckily, he met his girlfriend, now wife, Ronnie, while working for ASICS. Keith credits Ronnie with being the anchor to keeping him grounded and focused on becoming the best version of himself. Following a submission victory against Leonardo Carvalho at Global Legion FC 13, Keith proposed to his girlfriend Ronnie and intentionally got her pregnant 2 days later. On the same day of the proposal, Keith's manager informed him that his victory against Carvalho earned him a 6-figure contract with Bellator. He won his very first Bellator bout against Sean Bunch. It took many years, but once he finally had a support system around him, wife, coaches, brother, he was able to crawl out of the repetitive cycle of depression and low ambition. Now with some free time and spare income, Keith signed up for TikTok. Keith's journey on TikTok started just like anyone else, participating in trends for no reason other than it seemed fun. From there, his uploads were just random things that pertained to his everyday life. He was getting maybe 50 views per video, but it seemed more like an outlet for him to have fun rather than start a business. But then the pandemic hit, the world shut down, and Keith needed to make something
Yeah, the world
happen.
shut down.
I thought I kept saying I wouldn't. Now I'm sick and tired of every video I post. I'm only getting 50 views. I'm gonna sit here with my dog and tip me and him get famous.
In an attempt to garner more views, Keith began posting psychology facts videos. He gained a little bit of traction, but it didn't last long. He started to become desperate for virality.
You wanna get famous? Follow these simple instructions. Download another app, cause this ain't the one. This ain't it, Chief. It ain't never gonna happen.
He would cash out people if they solved a riddle. He posted math problems for people to solve. Even though he looked defeated, he refused to give up. At this point, Keith was obsessed with the platform, posting daily, if not multiple times per day. He started featuring his wife Ronnie on his page after he went semi-viral talking about building a nursery for their expected baby. He then proceeded to document milestones throughout their pregnancy, many of which received thousands of views and ignited a dramatic shift in Keith's content. In September of 2020, Keith won his second fight against Vinicius Zani.
Whatever they have in store for me, I'm always here to fight. I'll fight as soon as my daughter's born. My daughter's born in 4 days, so as soon as she gets here, I'm ready to go again.
He didn't lie. Just 1 week later, he and Ronnie welcomed their first child, Carter. From there, Keith's whole TikTok was dedicated to documenting him being a parent. His loving and nurturing attitude towards his child attracted a large following of supporters. He provided them with wholesome moments, such as clipping his daughter's nails for the first time and celebrating her first Halloween. This was his family man era. Keith took a fight on short notice, just 2 months after his previous, to fight on the main card at Bellator 253. Unfortunately, he lost by decision to Rafian Stotts, but that didn't ruin his spirits. Keith the family man kept posting his terrible dancing videos and even started sprinkling in some cooking content. By mid-2021, he had accumulated 1 million followers and was averaging maybe 100,000 views per post. This was his foundation, the people that knew Keith was a humble, honest family man. Unfortunately, he would hit a new rock bottom when he lost his six-figure Bellator contract. In August of 2021, he was set to face his toughest opponent yet, who was undefeated. Keith was beaten and bloody and then submitted in just the first round, then got up while unconscious and stumbled headfirst into the cage. The clips of his loss made the rounds on social media. He was embarrassed. He got a call from his manager saying he was cut from Bellator. Keith was back to rock bottom. His first TikTok back after his loss was him, poetically, ordering some food.
I have these sunglasses on because my eye is black and my face is beat up. I'm fine though, for anybody. Well, I'm not fine, but I'll be fine.
He had 1 million followers, but he was only making around $400 per month on TikTok. His fight career was looking grim, and TikTok didn't seem realistic. Then he got a call from the owner of Harold's Chicken just a couple days after his loss. They asked him to do a review of their establishment. At the time, he didn't know it, but Keith just discovered his next big venture.
Alright, Harold's Chicken in Las Vegas. They didn't have no mac and cheese, but it's okay. Overall, I get the food a 9 out of 10. Without question.
Following his review of Harold's Chicken, Keith made food reviews as a side quest on his page. However, his main focus was on family vlogs and cooking content. He was still largely referred to as the cooking guy, regularly being asked about his cooking content during interviews. In January of 2022, his wife became pregnant with their second child, and they desperately needed to find another source of income. He started doing more and more food reviews, but they weren't that organized, and he was very generous with his ratings.
We are sitting outside of Firehouse Sales because today we are doing an official food review. This has the perfect amount of spice. Like my tongue is tingling a little bit. I got that feeling on my lips. You still taste all of the flavor. 10 out of 10.
Keith says he leaned on his faith and prayed something good would come from this TikTok thing, and it did. In June of 2022, he signed a brand deal with Wingstop worth 6 figures, the same amount he had lost from the Bellator.
Getting signed by a food company or a company that actually provides food in restaurants or fast food, damn, that must be a dream.
Tour contract. He successfully was making a career on TikTok, but it was about to get a whole lot better. His food reviews slowly started to become his main content because his brutal honesty was very entertaining.
Altogether, this food was $50, and the customer service was terrible. The lady at the front where I was picking up was really rude, like extremely rude. I had to call back and get her name. I think she lied because she answered the phone like I didn't recognize her voice and said, "Hold on, let me go get the girl." You the girl.
Then in
You,
October,
the
the
girl.
popular YouTube channel People vs. Food approached him to collaborate on their channel, and he accepted. This channel has over 12 million YouTube subscribers, and he knew the exposure would help his TikTok career immensely. By the way, double check if you're subscribed to my channel. I asked my wife what I should post on my page to make people not only come and watch, but actually follow, and we decided to post one full review every day. The first got like 11 million views. From there, Keith's
I remember
entire
that video.
content shifted to strictly food reviews. He has only been doing it full time for 1 year at this point, but he never could have predicted what was about to happen next. While most high-profile food critics only pay attention to high-end restaurants that are too expensive for most, Keith shifted that focus onto affordable, small, family-owned restaurants that were easily accessible to the public, or fast food/popular affordable
I
food
should have done
chains. He even
food
went out of his way
reviews.
to give a chance to establishments that were struggling financially. However, Keith doesn't consider himself a food critic. His reviews feel and look like one of your friends giving you a casual breakdown. A typical review would be him ordering 3 or 4 different items on the menu, like a family of 4 would, then tasting every single item and rating it from 1 to 10. He often throws in other notes like their customer service or additional information that is relevant to the experience.
I got it. Let's try it and rate it 1 through 10. I spent $23.84 on 3 bao buns and a drink. But bro, that's what they look like. Customer service, delightful. It was a very short interaction, but the guy who worked at the front was really nice. And the actual building itself, very aesthetically pleasing. It made me want to eat.
His stories, or not
Personally,
his
it was
stories,
like
but most of his shorts or reels or TikTok, because I stumbled upon this dude while I was like scrolling on my Facebook reels. Funny enough, and given the fact that Instagram reels are also associated in Facebook reels as well, I think it was his Instagram reel that was recommending in in my reels highlights type of stuff, and then I checked him out. I'm like, wait a minute, he's actually the person that stumbled upon not too long ago.
Spice, so to add the salsa, took the taco.
Also,
itself
it's kind of weird that you watching a person's like food review to a food specifically. It's actually interesting to say the least. I know you're watching someone eat food and critiquing like on a scale of 1 to 10 how good or bad it is, but hey, it's a form of entertainment and as well as content for the creator who did that, and as well as to bring awareness, I guess, to like, hey, if there's actually a restaurant that is near you, hey, I recommend you try it out. Like it's like a food recommendation. Like not only is it a food review, but it's also a food recommendation whether or not you want to try that food out. It's also a good thing as well because it's a collaboration between like two people, like the person who is doing a food review and then the establishment. They have they actually can gain like significantly amount of support and as well as following that can properly promote their business or content. Anyway, I keep blabbering. Let's actually continue.
From a 9 to a 9.7. That's one of them ones.
Even when he gives a negative review to the food, he will provide more context so it doesn't come off as unfair. He often goes out of his way to leave massive tips, sometimes hundreds of dollars to workers that give him good service. Since he had already built a strong foundation during his family man era, there wasn't necessarily one viral review that changed his life. His growth has been steady, and along the journey his audience latched onto his down-to-earth attitude, unwavering love for his wife and kids, and dedication to God. But even if you don't know about his past, after watching a few videos you can just feel he is a kind and genuine man. They didn't care about Keith not being technically qualified nor having a depth of culinary knowledge. He thinks what sets him apart is his values. I stand on my integrity, I stand on my values, and I don't allow those to be wavered or to be shook no matter the amount of money, the opportunity, or the people I'm surrounded by. With nearly 10 million loyal followers, a full-time dedication to quality reviews of local or less popular restaurants, a phenomenon dubbed the Keith Lee effect would take over Las Vegas, then all over the USA. One of the first beneficiaries of the Keith Lee effect was a local food truck called 303 in the Cut. In November 2022, Keith's review blew up and garnered over 35 million TikTok views since its initial upload. Keith confirmed their cheesecake sandwich was a 10 out of 10.
Cheesecake
and the next
sandwich.
night, 303 had people waiting in
That
line
sounds
for over
delicious.
an hour, wrapped around the corner for their food. The owner said they doubled their income in one day, and it stayed that way for over a year. One Las Las Vegas pizzeria he reviewed, Frankincense, made headlines for attracting lines around the block because Keith gave their wings a 10, pizza a 9.8, and garlic knots a 9.2. However, it wasn't just the food. It was Keith's interaction with the owner, Frank, that made people want to support him even more.
If I don't like the food, I gotta tell you, I'm not trying to be malicious. And he was like, I'm gonna be real with you too. I need help. Yeah, that hit me here. He said the food is delicious. He has great reviews on Yelp. The only bad reviews is that he don't close the time it says that he closed on Google. The time it says he closed on Google is 1 a.m. He was like, I literally can't afford to open that late because we don't get that much business. Frank, if you're watching this, I'm gonna be completely honest. You are an amazing man from what I saw. I appreciated your time and I appreciated your conversation. Let's try this food.
According to Frank, Frankincense had to hire 23 new team members in the 6 weeks following Keith's review and had guests from all over the world patiently waiting for over 3 hours for his pizza. Frank said he was thankful that Keith helped his business and the overall community at large in Las Vegas. Yasser Zermino, owner of Aroma Latin American Cochina, asked Keith to come review their restaurant through email. Keith gave all 5 different items over
I know this
9,
review.
including the Oaxaca sandwich, which he said was the best he had ever had in his life. The owner said, we went from not being able to pay the bills to now having to hire people to come and help us. Other Vegas-based businesses that Keith reviewed have seen instant growth, like Caribbean restaurant The Pink Potato, or Southern Taste Seafood, a food truck that went from making $200 or under a day to seeing a 900% increase in revenue in the days following Keith's review. But his impact wasn't just on small businesses. Even Chipotle, the fast casual chain that generated $8.6 billion in revenue in 2022, saw the benefits of the Keith Lee effect. In early 2023, a reviewer named Alexis Frost posted a review of a menu hack, an order of a steak quesadilla with extra cheese and fajita veggies that fans say tastes like a Philly cheesesteak. Keith reviewed it and gave it a 9.8. Then chaos ensued. Chipotle workers all over the country were overwhelmed with the tens of thousands of people coming in to order this hack. One employee said the worst shift of her life was servicing this trend. Another employee said a customer tried to swing on him, aka fight him, because he couldn't make the food. Managers started posting signs that say, protein and cheese on quesadilla only. Chipotle realized the only way to solve this problem was by adding the hack as an option on their menu, dubbed the Keithadilla. Keith quickly became well known all over Las Vegas. Once he partnered up with Mr. Beast to give $10,000 to a struggling business, he couldn't even go outside
I know
without
this.
being
I think it was
swarmed,
short.
so he dressed up in silly
YouTube shorts?
disguises to avoid being recognized. But his impact is not just in Vegas. Keith got to review a local Brooklyn bakery that he selected while being interviewed on Good Morning America, while also donating $10,000 to that business. He continued to do press runs, being interviewed on talk shows around America, and of course, reviewing food. So now that we know how much positive impact Keith can have on a business when he likes the food, what about when he doesn't like the food? Well, unfortunately, the entire city of Atlanta would find out about the negative side of the Keith Lee effect. In October 2023, Keith announced to his nearly 15 million TikTok followers that he and his family were traveling to Atlanta, Georgia, and needed some restaurant recommendations. He had previously made videos in Detroit, Chicago, New Orleans, New York, and Los Angeles, but Atlanta's food scene is entirely different, which prompted a lot of mixed reviews from Keith. The drama first began when Keith visited the Atlanta Breakfast Club, where he wanted to take the food to go, but they didn't have anywhere to sit and wait for the food. So instead, they decided to dine in, but the restaurant wouldn't allow them to sit down at a table and be served unless the entire party was there. Upon finding out that they were charged $1 for butter at a breakfast place,
Bro, freaking oh yeah, I forgot about freaking $1 for butter. Oh my god. Yeah, freaking for a breakfast club, they charge you $1 for a butter. If you're asking for butter.
it was just an annoying cherry on top. Little did Keith know, it was about to get worse. Keith posted his review of The Real Milk and Honey, however, he didn't actually get any food. Firstly, he tried to call ahead and order. They don't accept call-ins. You can only order on the DoorDash app. But DoorDash said that they were closed. So they drove to the establishment in the middle of the day and the employees said they were closed for deep cleaning, while there were customers walking in and picking up orders. Then Keith walked into the restaurant and they recognized him and immediately attempted to serve him since he is famous, to which he declined. Keith has always been very expressive that he doesn't want nor deserve special treatment from restaurants. These days he sends in his friends and family to do orders so he doesn't receive bias from the establishment. He wants his experience to match any ordinary person. I've personally never seen a restaurant have a rules list, but The Real Milk and Honey have a ton. We guarantee great food. Everything else is left to chance. We do not provide individual checks. 18% gratuity added to parties of 5 or more or checks larger than $105. No reservations, unless you're Barack Obama. No parties larger than 4 on days that end in Y. Keith was clearly frustrated that a business would change the rules when it benefits them, but he didn't want people to attack the Real Milk and Honey because he had a bad experience. However, the internet, being the internet, started attacking. There was actually another restaurant called Milk and Honey whose owners were receiving death threats in the DMs because of people confusing them with the other restaurant. But if you had any sympathy for the Real Milk and Honey, it would be gone once you saw their response video they uploaded to TikTok.
Did you see this Keith Lee video about the Real Milk and Honey?
And who is this Keith Lee?
Daddy, you don't know Keith Lee? Yeah.
No.
The owner tried to look cool and pretend like he didn't know the entirety of social media
Overfood
was
is
destroying
insane.
his
Yep, it
business,
is.
but it only made people want to support their business less. To
The
add
bodega.
insult to injury, Keith reviewed the bodega positively, which is directly next door to the Real Milk and Honey, which resulted in a line of customers skipping the Real Milk and Honey to wait in line for the bodega. But the shenanigans continued. Keith reviewed another ATL restaurant called Old Lady Gang, but again, did not get any food. He tried to call their number, no answer. Tried to order on DoorDash, said they were closed. He sent his family into the physical store to do takeout. They said they don't do to-go orders on the weekends, but the wait to dine in was 1.5 hours and they didn't take reservations. Instead of leaving, Keith decided to walk in where he was recognized and immediately they offered him a seat, skipping the entire hour-and-a-half wait, to which Keith denied because he didn't want any celebrity treatment. This is exactly how it is for us regular ATL folks. Imagine them telling you your wait time is 1.5 hours, then someone else comes up and sits immediately. Keith left and visited Toast on Lennox, where he didn't plan on doing a review but arrived to a 2.5-hour wait time. When he politely left, the entire staff walked out and offered him a seat immediately, to which he denied again. There were videos that went viral of him in the parking lot seemingly arguing with the staff, but he was just letting them know that he didn't want to skip the line. But Keith's experiences are not just unique to him. Cardi B spoke on the subject on an IG Live.
I feel like Atlanta restaurants, they don't like to make money. I feel like they don't like people, they don't like their customers, they just don't fucking like it. First thing first, right? You could barely order in Atlanta restaurants. Like you go like, hey, I would like to make order. Oh yeah, we don't take orders. We don't take orders. It gets to the point that I literally have to I have to tell like people that order food from me, like, can you just name drop my name? Because first, they don't do no pickup orders, they don't do deliveries, they just don't do shit.
And of course, we got some hilarious memes from this whole situation.
You walk in. Let me show you how it's done. Hello, sir. How are you today? May I take your order? You talk like that. We talk like that. Because Keith Lee is in town, bro.
That boy Keith Lee in Atlanta now. Hey, y'all little boozy at restaurants? Y'all better get on.
I never seen one of his videos, but I respect his view based. No special treatment. Yep.
Goddamn Zoom.
I mean, just because you have that kind of following or followage, that doesn't mean you can use your influence to any like establishments or any kind of authoritarian like acts of means. Like, hey, I'm famous, can I actually like do this for you or do this for now? Like, no. At the end of the day, the people who followed you are the reason why you're here in the first place, you know. So never take that for granted, you know, because people who supported you makes you relevant in life. They actually hate influencers. I can definitely see that, Hives.
No. Hey, Milk and Honey. See, that was how I get for giving me attitude when I told y'all my partner was just down the street parking the car.
Although most people were understanding of Keith's
When I told y'all my partner was just down the street parking the car.
Although most people were understanding of Keith's frustration with these ATL businesses, others, like ex-football player Chad Ochocinco, thought he was trying to tear down black-owned businesses.
I don't like the critiquing of our restaurants and having people and talking bad about our goddamn businesses and like, dude, you know how hard it is,
and I get it, Ocho,
for us to even get in the food industry. What are the qualifications of being a food critic?
Go to a restaurant and do you like the food? Did you like the customer service? What was it like? Yes. What was the wait time like? That's all you got to do.
At the end of the day, Keith just gives his honest
They ask for
opinion
free
and
shit,
experience,
but of course they
he
don't let him
implores
know.
everyone to try for themselves. If he is too positive, his opinion will hold no weight. If he is too negative, he will be seen as destructive. There will always be haters. However, broadcasting his opinion to 14 million followers will, without a doubt, prevent a lot of people from trying a restaurant. If someone I trust says don't go somewhere to eat, I'll probably listen to them. Or if I have one bad experience, I probably won't go there again. This is why some people argue that you can't have a bad day in the customer service industry. If you can't afford a bad review, then you shouldn't give bad service, especially if you are inviting a food critic to your establishment, which a lot of these restaurants do. Through all the drama, Keith found a lot of gems in Atlanta. The seafood menu, juicy jerk, the dining experience, which he personally tipped the owner $2,000, and Jamaican jerk biz, where the owner broke into tears when he walked in. He asked the owner what her sales were for the day, which was $2,600, and he paid her $3,000 for his meal. However, Keith just announced that he's on his way to Houston to do a food tour, and restaurant owners are trembling. In just 10 months of fame, Keith has helped hundreds of businesses, raised tens of thousands of dollars for charity, and continues to spread love and positivity during a time where we need it the most.
Jaco,
Maybe from here he will
why?
start a food review show, or a cooking show, or maybe an app for restaurants all around the country that he recommends. As long as he remains the positive and wholesome man social media knows and loves, they will support whatever endeavor he chooses. Finally, the internet made the right person famous.
The internet made the right person famous. If you want, if I were to talk about the Michelin star, we still have time, chat. I think we still have time. Wait a minute. I gotta check my phone real quick. I fucking dropped my controller. God fucking damn it! Holy crap! Yeah, I dropped my controller. Of course. Becoming the end of all business styles. A controller. Wait, Chai, give me a moment. Still looking for. Food business awarded. I think I know what you're talking about. The Michelin star. Yep. Weird. Hey, give me a moment, chat. Can we watch Tears Zoo? No. Wait. Give me a moment. I need to. But you know what, chat? I'll be right back. Freaking, I need to refill my water. I'm so thirsty right now, and my lips are dry. Don't freaking quote me on that. Right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh my god. Chat, because I sneezed 3 times while I was Okay, what do we wanna watch? The Boys. Can I send one? What is it about? Hey, Uncle Roger. It's an animation. Bro, what the fuck is Megamind 2? Holy crap, what the hell is this? Oh, I know this one. I'm suing suing US immigration. Wow, this is actually Chat, I'm scared. Mexico's deadly Coca-Cola addiction. Hives, what animation is that about? Or wait. 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 There you go. I think I know. I think I know what we're going to react. The question is, which one? Which one should I actually react to? Maybe this one, I guess. I got one Andrew Dawson mystery disappear. I got I think I saw that before Ratchet. I think I saw that before. Wait, did you went? No, no. I mean, I didn't. I didn't watch it on stream, but I think I stumbled upon it on my YouTube recommended. Damn, freaking! Imagine chat. Imagine chat if we watched this for freaking Jesus 9 hours. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. I have suggestions. Okay. I have suggestions. It's either we watch this, we watch this, we watch this, or we watch this. You guys pick. I already know this one. The Horrors of Unit 731. That was like the World War SCP. Okay. So Draco is with SCP. What about you, Ratchet Hives? Anyone? Have you seen the video? Any video? Ooh, okay. He used miso soup to. I haven't actually. Well, Ratchet says any video. Hives, what about you? Those are my recommendation. I have no experience with Wendigoon, so do whatever. Okay. I'm gonna get some water. Well, you know what? Since Draco said SCP, so I'm gonna do it then. Yes, I know, freaking McDonald's. I think mass
Hello
hysteria.
everybody and welcome to the SCP Iceberg. This is going to serve as both an introduction, or at least I'm going to try my best, if you're not familiar with SCPs, but it also has a lot of the very in-depth lore stuff that even me myself, considering to be like a huge SCP fan, didn't know a lot of this stuff going in. There have been...
I know SCPs came from like a creepypasta, right, chat? That's what I remember.
Other SCP Iceberg videos, however I haven't seen one over this particular one, and this one's by far my favorite because instead of just talking about weird one-off SCPs, it's like connections between characters and greater lore ideas and stuff like that. Also, if you're just interested in the Conspiracy Iceberg videos and want to know where that's at, I'm recording that immediately after this, so hopefully it'll be up pretty soon. We've got a lot to get into, so without further ado, let's go ahead and do that. But as always, thank you for watching. I'm going to give a brief rundown of the SCP Foundation and the basics of how it worked. That way, if you're not familiar with it, you'll know enough to at least get you familiar enough for this iceberg. The SCP Foundation is a shadow organization that operates beyond the jurisdiction of any world government. They have one mission objective, and that is to secure anomalous entities, contain them by any means possible, and protect humanity from their consequences. These anomalous entities can be anything from traditional giant monsters and boogeymen to three-dimensional rooms whose geometry doesn't make sense, on to old world gods that possess the future of humanity, buildings that go on forever and are controlled by one singular entity, even down to simple thought concepts that can erode the mind and break down the human psyche. The SCP Foundation specializes in containing all of these entities, however, above all else, it must maintain its secrecy to the public. The basic structure of the SCP Foundation works like this. You have your researchers, who are the standard characters of every story. These are normally composed of doctors who have different level classification of what information they're allowed to know, who carry out their experiments and containment protocol for these anomalous entities. As you could imagine, with several of these creatures, especially the more physical ones, there needs to be some kind of strongman force in order to contain them or go out and recapture them, and that's where mobile task force come in. There are several different kinds of mobile task force in the SCP universe, or MTF units as they're called, but each one of them have their own specialization when it comes to what they do in the Foundation. Then all the way down at the bottom of the totem pole, you have the D-Class. D-Class are essentially human guinea pigs. They are people that are thrown to some creatures in order to feed them or see what happens, and others are used for very tricky or risky experiments or cleanup procedures, and they're essentially treated like human meat for whatever creatures that the Foundation is dealing with. That should be enough information to get you ready for the first tier. I will add that the reason I put a cognito hazard in this video is because several of these concepts, while fictitious, have to do with ideas of humanity and existence itself. So if that's something that bothers you, you may not want to be a part of this. I've seen a lot of people get really messed up by especially some of these later iceberg ideas, so just putting that out there now. We start with the shallow waters at tier 1, or as I'm going to call it, the D-Class information. Most of this information is to get you familiar with the SCP Foundation itself, starting off with the O5 Council. The O5 is a committee of 13 people whose identities have never been made known. They sit above the Foundation itself, and anything that happens within the Foundation goes through them. However, they are so secretive that researchers that are not above level 2 clearance are never even told that they exist. Several of the things that the O5 Council does is very shady, and their morality is questionable at best. However, it's implied that they have knowledge that no other researcher does. Therefore, to question their actions doesn't really work considering how far ahead of the game they are. It's even implied that several members of the committee are anomalous themselves, such as committee member 1, codenamed the Founder, who supposedly has been around since the founding of the SCP Foundation, which, depending on what tale you're using, can be anywhere from the 1850s to King Solomon. So Yeah, probably not a normal dude. D-class, our inmates, is the rather well-known topic that the D-class people, or as I said earlier, the human meat puppets, are sourced globally from death row and lifelong sentences, and tend to be people who are in there for more violent crimes, such as murder and all that good stuff. While there are theories that this information is a lie by the Foundation to make people feel better, it certainly works in most cases and makes you feel not as bad feeding, you know, serial killers to monsters instead of just regular Joes. Groups of interest is in reference to the several groups of interest that exist throughout the SCP lore. As you've probably figured out,
You guys can hear the audio for the from the browser, right, chat?
Bump in the night, and they
Or is
have
it a little bit
groups
like
either to
a little bit like
foundation
quiet?
or work against it in some way. These include the Church of the Broken God, which is a group that is made up of people who want to put together the pieces of their broken god to
Turn it up a bit,
essentially
okay.
the return of their savior. The Chaos Insurgency, which is a group of people who stepped away from the SCP Foundation some time ago and created an entity
How about
with
now?
the sole purpose of destroying the Foundation. And Are We Cool Yet?, which is pretty much just a group of crazy, weird artists who accidentally make or purposefully make anomalous things just to mess with the Foundation. Undercover agents and private military funding. So
Better,
as you
okay.
could imagine, another step forward, the Foundation itself is implanted across world governments, whether that be the UN, private governments, or even local police population. This goes so much so that one of the aforementioned MTF teams I was speaking of is known as the Damn Feds, and their entire purpose is to insert themselves around federal governments around the world in order to figure out anomalous properties or blockade normal world governments from having access to them. Classification by ease of containment is actually something that people who are very familiar with the SCP Foundation have trouble with sometimes. There are 3 basic classifications for how SCPs work. These are the levels of safe, Euclid, and Keter. A lot of people want to associate that with the damage that these things can cause, but that's not at all what it means. Classifications are based on how hard it is to contain whatever entity we're referring to. For example, the locked box method is the best definition of it. If you can take one of these anomalous entities and put it in a box and nothing will happen, it doesn't matter if you take it out of the box, the whole world ends. If you can leave it there and nothing will change, then it's safe. If it requires regular maintenance, or if you're not exactly sure what will happen if you leave it in a box, but it will probably be okay if the box is strong enough, that would be Euclid. Or if it requires constant maintenance, it's constantly trying to break out of the box, something else is constantly trying to get into the box, and it requires around-the-clock care, it would be Keter. There are other like fringe ones, and some of them I'm even going to talk about in a minute, but those are the 3 basics. Also, I just realized this video serves as a really good introduction because I really want to make SCP content in the future. So I'll just send people here for any of that. So if you're from the future, hi. Fictional creative writing project. Duh. What is interesting about it though is how big this project is. Members from around the world with literally thousands of writers have come together on this one collective narrative to create new creatures and flesh out the world. While it may be confusing sometimes, it's created the largest collaborated writing project ever made. So good job, everyone. So remember how a second ago I said there was only 3 and there's some extra other ones? Well, this is one of those extra other ones. Thaumiel would be the classification if the entity itself is the box. What that means is sometimes certain SCPs are used to contain other SCPs. For example, if you had a room that if you were to go open the door on the other side of the room, you'd start where you began, and the room never loops on itself, that would be a really good place to store some big beast monster that you don't want to get out. Therefore, the room itself would be considered Thaumiel, since it's the box you're using to contain something else. Multiple cannons is one of the problems that you're going to run into whenever you have a writing project this big. Basically, as you could imagine, there are several things that don't make sense if it's all one canon. For example, a certain doctor can die in this story and then be a main character in one that comes after. So it's kind of up to reader interpretation if they want to believe everything and just say, oh, well, because reality got altered, blah, 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 this can change, or just do what I do and pick the ones you like. Multiple universes is very similar. There are listed extra universes in the SCP Foundation. For example, SCP-5000 is from a universe in which the SCP Foundation became evil and killed everyone on Earth. But this also makes a good explanation if you want to believe that everything's real and simply say, well, it's part of universe B or C or whatever have you. So SCPs are numbered in this concept. Like I just said, there is an SCP-5000, and every number in between is a specific SCP itself. So one of the first questions you may ask yourself is, what's SCP number 1? And that's a good question. The identity of SCP-1 has never been revealed. However, there have been several O1 proposals, as they're called. According to the generally accepted canon, whatever SCP-01 is so powerful that there have been several fake SCPs made in order to keep someone from figuring out what the truth is. You're going to see later, but there's a lot of disinfo in the entire Foundation. To combat this, several of the main doctors within the SCP Foundation have created their own narrative of what SCP-01 is, and you as the reader can decide whichever one's your favorite. That might as well be the real one. That leads us into the Factory. The Factory is Dr. Bright's proposal for the SCP-01. While the story is mostly told in a narrative, it talks about that the founder of the SCP Foundation in the early 1800s, along with several other people, discovered that there was a factory that was producing these anomalies. By using some form of matter, it was creating these supernatural objects that are seen later in the canon as different SCPs themselves. A lot of people like this one, not only because it explains the origins of several SCPs, but it explains where the first member, or the founder as I mentioned earlier, of the O5 Council came from. That he was simply someone at this factory who was able to understand the supernatural because of his experiences. The Gate Guardian is another O1 proposal, and my personal favorite. The Gate Guardian is supposedly the angel that stands at guard at the Garden of Eden. According to the story for it, Solomon, way back, went on a journey to find the Garden of Eden and came across the angel itself. The angel told Solomon one word, prepare, to which Solomon then decided to figure out the supernatural occurrences of the world and started the original SCP Foundation. I really like this one, not only because it makes the Foundation seem that much more ancient, but also because there's different entities in the SCP world such as Cain and Abel, who are both immortal, who have a great fear for this thing. And it makes sense that if their father was Adam, who was kicked out by the Gate Guardian, why they would be so afraid of it. Not only that, but imagining the organization as this ancient sort of secret society that's existed forever makes a lot more of the stories around the Foundation make sense. That is it for Tier 1. I hope you like the appetizer, because now we're diving straight down into Tier 2, or as I'm calling it, the Mobile Task Force. First up, we have the Administrator. Now, this is a character whose existence is debatable. If they do exist, then they are the highest authority above the Foundation itself, above the O5 Council, above the Founder, everyone. They are mentioned in very few stories and by opposing forces to the SCP Foundation. However, the implications of it is that whatever the Administrator is, has either always existed or is some form of deity. This is because of things like supposedly them seeing all of time forever, and the world around them being timeless, and yada yada, a lot of stuff. They may or may not be real. Alright, on to the first big one, Dämmerung. Dämmerung is German for twilight. This concept is mentioned within SCP-2718 and SCP-3448 if you want to look into them yourself. Whatever this thing is, it's established that the O5 Council themselves are afraid of it. I'll go ahead and say that 2718 is supposedly death itself, and 3448 is a device that is used to communicate with people in the afterlife. A short rundown of what happened is someone died and their body was placed in 3448, so they were able to communicate with the world behind them. What we get next is a very intense log of someone traveling through the afterlife, experiencing all kinds of demons, from locusts swarming them to the sky falling apart to all these ritual sites, and essentially a description of someone walking through hell. Throughout the entire document, the phrase "belief is key" is repeated over and over, and at the end of the story you figure out that the O5 Council themselves took amnestics, which is something that erases your memory, in order to forget about this entire situation. Now, this concept doesn't make a lot of sense, until you start to put the pieces together. One of the tags for this SCP is it's a cognitohazard, which means just knowing it exists is dangerous in itself. When you combine that with the phrase belief is key, this starts to make sense. We find out through the logs that the person who died in 3448 had heard these stories of what hell was like, and it's exactly what they experienced once they died. However, that's not because this is the one thing that happens. It's because whatever you think happens to you in the afterlife is what comes to be.
So
if you knew this was how it
philosophical.
worked, and therefore there is no true afterlife, then after you died, there would be no afterlife. This is why the O5 Council all took amnestics. That way, whatever they think the afterlife could be, it's better than nothingness. That's why the phrase belief is key is repeated so much. Whatever you believe eternity to be is what will happen. 231 is a bedtime story. Now, with several of these, there is this huge overarching lore that I can't go all the way into right now, and I highly encourage you to check it out yourself. However, I'm going to do a very condensed version of a lot of them, and this is one of those. Without explaining why, there is an entity in the SCP Foundation known as the Scarlet King. Supposedly, it's the god of another universe who is trying to break through to ours in order to control it. The Foundation was made aware of this after 7 women were brought together in a ritual in order to try to bring the Scarlet King over, and instead they were each given a child to birth, and supposedly after the 7th child is born, that will break way and allow for the Scarlet King to pass into our universe. At the time of this writing, 6 of the 7 women have already gave birth and then died immediately afterwards. While it's not specifically known what each of those children were, it's heavily implied that they may be SCPs themselves. So there's one girl left. Whatever is inside of her is a monster essentially, and as soon as she gives birth, an evil demon king's going to come into our world and destroy it. So the only way to prevent her from having this child and allowing the Scarlet King to cross through is she must be, according to an old legend, be tortured forever to prevent the coming of the child, and therefore the Scarlet King can't cross over. This is known as the Montauk procedure and is necessary for the preservation of humanity. Now that's really dark, right? And it definitely is. However, there is an interesting twist on this story that came from the SCP Tale by Faith Alone. According to this, there is no torture procedure. What actually happens is every night the researchers come into her room, read her a bedtime story, and then leave. However, they persist rumors that she is being tortured in such a way, and it's horrible and gruesome, and everyone who's a part of it can't stand themselves, to create the belief that she is being tortured. And because this is like a god entity that must be worshipped, just because people believe that she is suffering, that's enough to prolong his coming. I really like this theory. It's an interesting take and a good example of how the Foundation will lie to
That's
other members of the
some
Foundation
really interesting
in
theory,
order
but
to
huh?
both preserve
What
little morality they have.
Oh my
left,
god,
and
that idea
simultaneously
went
save
way
the
over
world.
my head.
3 Portlands is the same type of alternate dimension as 4971. And can I just say, I am so glad that it is worded the way that it is. This is how like all the icebergs need to be, because when it's 3 words and you've got to search the entire internet to figure out what it means, it's so annoying. Like just say it and it makes it so much better. So thank you whoever made this. 3 Portlands is a pocket dimension that can be found through entrances of both Portland, Maine, Portland, Oregon, and whatever the Portland in the UK is. It acts as its own city-state of people who understand the supernatural, and inside of 3 Portlands, it is its own autonomous zone. 4971 is a shopping mall located somewhere in the US that upon entering it, people walk into a forest that they can never escape. Supposedly, this forest goes on forever. So this theory is saying that the 3 Portland city-state is actually a forever existing infinite universe that these different Portland residents have simply come across. Or you could go a bit further with it and say the people in 4971, if they would just keep getting through the forest they find themselves in, which is hard considering it's full of monsters and other creepy things, would eventually find 3 Portlands and a means of safety. Reality bending is thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
That word is a way of
Thaumaturgy.
saying sort of a slow burn magic. In other words, there are 2 main different kinds of magic in supernatural beliefs. The idea of invoking something all at once and then slowly creating an energy. The idea behind this is that several reality bending SCPs that we see are simply the result of a slow burn or long built together energy. Tooth Fairy is SCP-478 and is an entity that resembles a small butterfly that flies into your mouth while you're sleeping and fills your mouth and lungs and stomach and all internal organs with teeth. So that's comforting. It's a good explanation of how several SCPs are adaptations of modern folklore. Here comes one I didn't know about until starting research for this, and that's SCP-000. Now, there shouldn't be a 000, and that's exactly right. The tale starts off with a security protocol in which a doctor known as Dr. Rosen is complaining that there is continuous error messages given from the 000 entry, which is empty like it's supposed to be. However, if you scroll down on the log and highlight the entire white area, you find hidden text of someone trapped in an alternate dimension. According to them, they continuously walk through this fog, and as they do, they see these different monsters and creatures passing them continuously. The only interaction they have that is in any way meaningful is a shadowy figure comes up to them and simply says the word Foundation. In response to this, the person telling the story begins screaming as loud as they can, and as they do, they begin to see reverberations across the sky. They continuously scream over and over to see if something will happen, although nothing does. Supposedly, this screaming is causing the error messages that we are seeing on the 000 screen. This ties into an interesting theory, and that is that of pattern screamers, which the next topic on the iceberg is pattern screamers. Pattern screamers are supposedly whatever existed in our universe before modern life existed, and something caused them all to be done away with, although no one knows what. Pattern screamers are understood to be beings of pure energy that exist within the gaps of reality itself. What that means is they are both everywhere and nowhere at once, and whenever they scream, that's what causes anomalous things to happen, or reverberations in the world, and other spooky, scary, science wobbly stuff. So go back to the last topic, 000, and supposedly what we're seeing is what every pattern screamer themselves sees. And instead of being these evil entities that want to destroy humanity, they're simply people lost who can't find a way out. Or people, whatever existed before we did. Moving on. 001 is innocuous. This is a theory that has propped up. As I said, there have been several 01 proposals. If I am right, 30 of them. However, this theory says that all of those are wrong, and 001 is simply whatever the first SCP discovered is, and it might as well be a spoon that doesn't let you eat food or something boring like that. That would mean that every 01 proposal we've seen is simply a distraction in order to point people's attention somewhere else. Now we got a couple more of those weird object classes I talked about. First of which being explained. Explained is exactly what it says, that since this thing has come about, it has been explained in some regard, which makes sense if the Foundation's very old. For example, one of the explained objects were these weird rocks that glowed green in the dark and caused physical damage to people around them, and we've since figured out that that's just radiation. Therefore, that is an explained SCP and is knocked off the list. Apollyon is another very rare class that you will almost never see. Going back to the whole box metaphor, Apollyon is
I like this doodle.
There is no box, or we have no understanding of how a box could exist to contain this. Or the description that I like, if you throw it in a box and then you're on fire and everything around you is on fire and the world is dead, it's Apollyon. Like I said, this is very rarely seen, for example, in SCP-4005, which is essentially a giant god that exists in an alternate dimension, and supposedly at any time it wants could just destroy everything. That would be Apollyon. It's also seen in the SCP-01 proposal When Day Breaks, which is when the sun decides to melt everything at once. Obviously can't be contained, and that is also considered Apollyon. Dr. Isabel Helga Antasia Parvati Wondertainment V is the modern heir to the Wondertainment Corporation. Wondertainment is a company you're going to see a lot if you get into SCPs. Essentially, as far as anyone knows, it is a toy-making company that either accidentally or because they think it's funny, keep creating anomalous creatures. That's everything from people who speak in cryptic words to little toy robots that have actual nuclear missiles in them. Dr. Isabel, whose name is there, is the current heir of the Wondertainment Company. Now, really the only time she's mentioned is in SCP-5555, which adds a whole lot of lore for how the whole universe works. To make it simple, I guess, the idea of the administrator, the person who sits above the Foundation, is playing a universal game of chess against other different people in the SCP world, one of them being Dr. Isabel, the current head of Wondertainment. Supposedly, they played this game over and over, and this follows one of those weird canons you can believe that everything we're seeing is simply a game of these gods going back and forth with each other, and that the Wondertainment Corporation's one of the big players, and the administrators using the SCP as toys, and blah 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 whatever. While that gets into a lot of the whole extended lore of the SCP universe, Dr. Wondertainment herself can be seen as simply the current Dr. Wondertainment. Library of Alexandria is in reference to SCP-4001, also known as Alexandria Eternal. Supposedly, after the original Library of Alexandria was destroyed in one of those ancient wars, a new Library of Alexandria was made, which had the sole purpose of creating these books, supposedly forever. Every book inside of Alexandria Eternal is the entire story of someone's life. The library itself is constantly writing in these books, and whenever someone dies, shuts it and places it on the shelf. And the library is forever expanding, allowing for more people to be created. From Foundation testing, where they both tried to kill people who were alive and create new people by writing different things in the books, they discovered that this library is not only a record of what's happened to everyone on Earth, but that it's also the causation of everyone that's happened on Earth. This theory is also one of the reasons I like the Gate Guardian 01 proposal so much, because if we think of the SCP Foundation going that far back in history, then the original Library of Alexandria, whenever it was burned, caused a lot of people to die, according to this theory, and also brings up the idea that the original Library of Alexandria could have been one of the first SCP sites. O5 are immortal, I've kind of alluded to earlier, just that the O5 O5 are immortal, I kind of alluded to earlier, just the idea that the O5 Council themselves are all immortal and have been here seemingly forever, which is proven by some of the logs and stories that they're mentioned in. Other theories go further and say that if we are in a cyclic time loop that is occurring over and over, then the O5 Council may be the only survivors who are aware of the loop itself, which would explain why they tell the Foundation a lot, but not everything. 399 is a really cool one that I'm going to explain as quick as I can. SCP-239 was originally a bunker that was found a kilometer underground that no one in the Foundation could remember why they built it, and the only thing found down there was the body of a man named James Talleyrand. Upon recovering the phone of James Talleyrand, he had written down everything that had happened to him, and it basically went like this. James Talleyrand was a research scientist who discovered an entity that was labeled as SCP-3999. However, for the researchers that are reading his phone, it doesn't make any sense because at the time there is no 3999. According to James Talleyrand, it was an entity that could not be described. It neither existed in our plane of existence, it had no physical form, and the only thing he knew about it is that it was this evil being that just wanted to torture him. At first, it started out kind of medial, with changing things around his room to making people around him hate him, but it progressively got worse to the point that the SCP-399 deleted all records of itself and all records that James Talleyrand was a member of the Foundation. Obviously, this takes a lot of power for an extra-dimensional being to do all of this, but its only interest seemed to be torturing James. It then began to get more malicious by having members of the Foundation murder his family and try to kill him, and it eventually got to the point where James spent millions of years, yes, millions, being constantly experiencing death and then being revived by this thing over and over. However, during this time, James realized that this wasn't actually happening and it was all a simulation 3999 had created in his head. Therefore, the only way to stop it was to kill himself, which during a moment of opportunity, James did. Which leads to where the story opens up, of these men finding a bunker they can't remember, going down and finding the body of James. SCP-239 is known as the Child Witch. 239 is an 8-year-old girl who has supposedly infinite power. And by infinite, I mean according to the log, anything she has the will to do will happen.
Can you use
To
this thing
combat
on bullies,
this,
please?
People in the Foundation told her she was a witch, meaning she thinks she can only perform a few spells that are given to her in a book, such as make oil into water, and you can gently float off the bed, and blah blah blah, because if she figures out she can do anything, there's no telling what she'll do. However, after an incident in which she used her powers to kill a lot of people, Dr. Clef came forward and decided to kill her.
Oh, I see Maru in the chat. Yo, Maru, how you doing?
After Dr. Clef killed her, she quite literally melted into the bed. This whole theory is wrapping around on itself that after this little girl was killed, she was able to escape her body and become a being outside of our realm of existence, and then became the 3999 that was torturing Dr. Talaran. This is a cool way of combining the SCP universe, and especially because beings this powerful are rarely seen, it makes sense that one of them is just an out-of-body form of the other. Alright, that was just tier 2. Y'all like that? We are now
That's
on
a really
to
good
tier 3, which I've
story.
labeled the O5 Council. Speaking of Dr. Clef, Clef's goat daughter, yes, I said that right. There are several odd doctors that exist throughout the Foundation, and one of the most peculiar ones is that of Dr. Clef. According to what we know about him, Dr. Clef used to be in a sort of MTF unit that was on the ground hunting down SCPs. An event came in which Dr. Clef killed something known as the Goddess, but did not kill the Goddess's daughter known as the Offspring. The Goddess itself was a forest god that appeared as a beautiful woman with horns and cloven feet. Some many years ago, Dr. Clef was lost in the woods, ran into this goddess, and they kissed, leading to the creation of the Offspring. Yes, this deity's child is Dr. Clef's daughter, which explains the reason that Dr. Clef was so hesitant to kill the Offspring after he had just killed the goddess. He then took the Offspring to a Catholic convent and left it with a group of nuns because at the time it was seemingly just a normal girl. According to this whole legend, years later that child grew up to become SCP-166, also known as the Teenage Succubus. Well, what does SCP-166 do? Well, it is a young girl who is, at the time of the story's telling, 16 years old, I believe, who's been raised profoundly Catholic her entire life. However, because of her goddess nature, there's one catch. Any man who looks at 166 immediately becomes completely overtaken with the desire to kith her. So much so that the reason they found out about this is because the first time she ever interacted with a man who was a guy who broke into the convent some years ago, he killed 4 nuns in order to get to her before one of the nuns killed him. SCP-166 exists as a normal SCP in the Foundation. There's certain rules for her, like she can't touch clothing or else she gets burnt, she doesn't require food, and all of that good stuff. But what I really like about this theory is it's again another way of tying in members of the universe to pre-existing SCPs. Also, this makes sense because Dr. Clef is the only doctor that can look at her and not be overcome with that desire, because if he did, gross. Sheaf of papers,
Yeah, gross.
the database
I guess that's the loophole. Like, you know, that's your goddamn daughter, I guess.
Another O1 proposal. One of the O1 proposals is literally a stack of papers that on the top of it there is this invisible power that is writing new SCP entries. It's unknown if this stack of papers is causing the creature to come into existence or if it's just trying to warn people about what's to happen. The Foundation's very afraid of it because if it's the former, then they can't stop it and it keeps making more. This theory says that what they're seeing is the writers online creating new SCPs and they're powerless to stop as we keep writing more of them into their universe. Gathering of 100 Spirits is the novel that gave inspiration to SCP-3117. 3117 is highly tied to the Global Occult Coalition. The Global Occult Coalition kind of exists as the mere antithesis to the SCP Foundation. Basically, 3117 works like this. There are these recurring dreams that keep happening to people whenever they consume random bits of media. This can be movies, music, whatever, but unknown, hidden throughout the world, are these different triggers that whenever someone comes across them, they begin having recurring dreams of it. Or 100 spirits all gathering
Oh, Hives
together.
actually gave me a
message.
I'll do that,
Hives,
Hives, some
shaped hole.
later.
As it's said by people experiencing
maybe.
these dreams, that imagine there is a whole that is slowly having pieces put together as people discover these secrets, and eventually, whenever you have a hole filled, it's no longer a hole and just a thing. It's an interesting concept that laid throughout the entire world are these invisible trip mines, and that once all of them have been set up, whatever this thing is will come into fruition. O35 and the Jesters, interesting. Those familiar with the SCP Foundation will know of SCP-35. It is a white mask that displays the sort of quintessential image of Greek comedy and will periodically switch over to tragedy. The mask will possess those nearby to put it on, and once it is on, the mask will communicate through their now lifeless body that's beginning to fastly decompose. The mask is a genius, has supposedly been around for the majority of recorded history, and tells stories, and has infinite knowledge seemingly, and can convince people to go insane, and in one case even caused a researcher to fall into a fit of tears and later kill themselves after just about 5 minutes of speaking. The Jester is a character mentioned in SCP Tales that is housed at the same site that SCP-35 is. The Jester is a person who was born with very odd genetic deformities, basically green skin and big yellow eyes, sort of like a frog person, who was a circus sideshow act who eventually was captured by the Foundation. Since this is pretty much just someone with a genetic abnormality, they're allowed much more freedom around the site and even host comedy nights once a week. This is sort of a more lighthearted, jovial SCP, but what's interesting is the connection to 35. See, 35 can literally manipulate brainwaves to do whatever he wants, so it doesn't make sense why he doesn't just convince everyone in the room to free him or let him out. Unless he likes the Jester. According to this theory, the reason 35 hasn't destroyed the entirety of Site-19 and whatever else it wants to is because it enjoys having the Jester around, or in other words, enjoys the comedy that it was created for. This also adds the implication that if the Jester were to die, a lot of bad things would happen, but we won't think about that. It's all happy good right now. Artistic Middle Finger is in reference to one storyline in which the entirety of the SCP Foundation is destroyed, and it's up for all of the SCP's enemies to come together and eventually defeat, I believe it's the Scarlet King. One of the groups I mentioned earlier, Are We Cool Yet?, which is a group of like hippie retro artists, at the end of the story build a giant middle finger and point it towards God. Containment Breach is a tale. Containment Breach is the thing that made the SCP Foundation a lot more famous than it previously was. It's a video game that was covered in Let's Players and streams that chronicled this entire breakout of the Site-19 facility. Generally, this is accepted to be canon and that this actually happened and a lot of people died. However, the idea that it's a tale is saying that this is entirely a cautionary story that is told to members of the Foundation, because if you ever let this happen, a lot of people are going to die. Monthly Termination feeds Factory. Earlier when I was talking about D-Class, I said
the
that
truth
they were
is
all
the game was
who
ripped from
were
this.
sourced together in order to be cannon fodder for whatever the Foundation needs. Well, supposedly, after a month of serving the Foundation, all of these D-classes are just killed. According to this theory, the Factory, which I mentioned in the beginning as an 01 proposal, is actually using these D-class as the matter in order to create new SCP entities. Why the Foundation would be doing this is up to you. Maybe some of the things it creates are beneficial to the Foundation. However, this is a theory to explain what happens to all of these D-class. Chess players for the legalization of marijuana is actually a joke, I'm pretty sure, because there is an organization in the SCP Foundation called Gamers Against Weed, which is a group of people who keep stealing like anomalous items from the Foundation because they think it's funny. So this Chess Players for the Legalization of Marijuana is just a joke on that. Pangloss is an old world god that is mentioned in the SCP universe as being the birth of essentially everything good. Supposedly Pangloss witnessed the first death and because of it wanted to bring positivity to the world. There are several notes that are found throughout SCP stories in which the SCP Foundation is encouraged to keep going and pressing on, and other jokes that are sort of making jovial gestures to completely evil things that are happening, saying that Pangloss is trying to make the best of a bad situation, and that he is acting throughout several SCP stories, even if we ever know it. The Feaster Bunny, while there's no specific SCP for it, from my information, someone from the SCP Wiki was creating the Feaster Bunny as an SCP and then made it a skin in the video game Smite. So basically, it's like an almost SCP article got made into a Smite skin, and it got me thinking that for as many people are involved in this, the SCP Foundation is very rarely mentioned outside of its little bubble, and is basically one of the internet's best kept secrets. Secret Laboratory is canon, is like the antithesis of the Containment Breach is a tale.
I see.
Secret Laboratory is an indie video game made about the SCP Foundation, and it's saying, well, if Containment Breach is canon, then this other video game could also be canon, so yeah. Memetic formatting is in reference to the fact that several of these SCP logs themselves are formatted in such a way to either keep you from knowing what's going on, or in some cases kill you for looking at it. As I mentioned earlier, the Foundation does several things to keep even their employees unprivy to whatever's going on. So some of the actual formats of these pages are organized in such a way to confuse you or make you lose interest. Mr. Lie talks about 55. Mr. Lie, or SCP-2284,
Yeah, that skin for the
is a person created
Bakasura.
by Dr. Wondertainment,
Really?
which I mentioned earlier, whose ability is he can only speak in lies, and anyone who hears him believes it to be the objective truth. So he could look you in the eye, tell you the sky is green, and you would immediately be like, oh, that's weird, why is the sky green? And that applies to everything. Using this ability, Mr. Lie was able to get very deep into the SCP Foundation, past a lot of people, and even change his own documents to say that he always tells the truth. SCP-55 is the unknowable entity. Basically, SCP-55 is placed in an SCP-55 containment chamber in the Foundation, and absolutely no one knows what's inside of it. People who built the containment can't remember why. People who walk in to look at it will take notes about what they saw, walk out, forget what they saw, and then all they would have written down would be scribbles. And whatever this SCP is, has the ability to make no one know anything about it. The closest they ever got was using a D-Class to walk in the room and communicate what it's not. The D-Class, while looking at it, did say that it is not a sphere. So, progress. So this theory creates a sort of paradox. If a creature that only speaks in lies were to tell you a lie about something that cannot be identified, and you were to believe that lie to be the truth, then you would know something about the thing that cannot be known, even if it's false, and that would create a paradox on itself. Yeah, we're in the real big brain time now. UIU behind MK Ultra is in reference to the Unusual Incidents Unit, which is a group of the SCP Foundation who operates in the
Very
real
mind
world
blown.
as a means of dispelling crowds or other different groups of people who have witnessed supernatural occurrences. And this is saying that MK Ultra was a thing that happened when an SCP of some sort interacted with the populace thought, and that this part of the Foundation simply came together to make people forget. The Ouroboros cycle is way too big to try to describe. To give the most basic of definitions, it describes the Global Occult Coalition, or Chaos Insurgency, I can't remember which one, going through and killing every member of the O5 committee. At the end, there is a battle that is had between two big powers throughout the story, and supposedly at the end, the entire cycle repeats itself, going back to the beginning of the Foundation. So Cycle D implies that we are in the fourth turn of this cycle. This goes a step forward and says that the O5 committee are the only 13 people aware of this cycle and the only ones who try to prevent it from happening, hence why they all die and then everything repeats at the end. 407 is Yadelboth's voice. Yadelboth is a deity in Sarkicism and Gnosticism. While also having very close ties to the whole Cthulhu mythos, it is the idea of a creature that originally created life itself and was responsible for the first flora and fauna adaptations on Earth. In the SCP universe, it is the opposite of the Scarlet King, so much so that supposedly whenever someone dies, they either are snatched up by the Scarlet King or taken by Yadelboth. So what's 407? SCP-407 is a song in an unidentifiable language that is played through a tape recorder, and whenever someone hears it or is in proximity of it, they become these humanoid plant hybrids who all of a sudden have their cells molecularly changed to match that of trees and flowers and so forth. Supposedly, the reason this recording can't be identified is because it's Yadelboth's voice, and that the unbridled voice of the creator of life causes people to become different forms of life. Sword of the Believer relates to the Ouroboros cycle, which I talked about earlier, At the end, the two main characters face off with the sword of the believer and the spear of the non-believer. The spear of the non-believer is a spear that was used to stab Jesus' side on the cross, and the sword of the believer is Lucifer's sword that he had when he was cast out of heaven. So at the end of this fight, you have the item that was used by someone that believes in God but defied him, Lucifer, and the spear of someone who did not believe in God and tried to kill him, the spear, coming together in this final clash that resets the cycle of time. So, yeah. The White Queen is an adaptation of the character in SCP lore known as the Black Queen. Dr. Gears is another one of the weird researchers who's mentioned several times throughout the series. According to the multiverse, things carry out slightly differently across universes. However, there's normal consistencies that are commonly seen. One of them being that Dr. Gears has a daughter, that he leaves that daughter to join the Foundation.
The whole SCP lore is so massive.
Get revenge, or to destroy the Foundation itself. This daughter is known as the Black Queen. The White Queen is a play on this, and supposedly in one universe there exists a version of Dr. Gear's daughter who is aware of the multiverse and that this is a completely senseless loop that keeps happening across timelines, and decides to manipulate that in order to destroy the Foundation itself in some stories,
it's massive. That's what she said.
Destroy all the...
Because all I know is like the SCP lore is like it's secure, contain, protect. And it's also like it came from a creepypasta. It also became like a game that many YouTuber gamers back in the day played it. It's one of the notable like YouTubers that played it was Markiplier and all that stuff. I didn't know there was a lore about it. It's scary yet interesting. Yep, yeah, that's the idea. It's scary yet interesting, you know.
The others and blah blah blah. It gets really confusing and like all these back and forth timelines, but essentially a version of Dr. Gear's daughter who has the power to manipulate multiverses. Daleport is in a temporal loop, is in reference to the SCP known as Daleport. Daleport is an adaptation of the Lovecraftian story At the Mountain of Madness.
And I'm actually surprised that the whole entire SCP community really band together and just like made a whole lore about this. You know, it started from a creepypasta, now it expanded into like a lore of like there's a deity and then how the SCPs were made of. There was like 5 members of the Foundation like founded this, and then there was like types of like boxes that is like safe, not safe, it's worse, and it's chaotic, apocalyptic, that type of shit.
In the city of Daleport, a disaster
really like mind-boggling. Also paradoxical beliefs too.
The city of Daleport, the idea is that it is a time loop that is continuously happening on itself, which explains some of the anomalies that occur throughout the story. I'm actually going to link the Daleport video by Volgun in the description because I think it's a really interesting one, so if you're into that, then I encourage you to check that out. Hidden text is what I mentioned earlier, that several of these SCP entries have actual hidden text in them that you either have to edit the page in some way to find or highlight blank space. A lot of the time, as with Damarung, which I mentioned earlier, this is because the information given is a cognito hazard. And in several cases, hidden text exists in order to protect you, the reader. Unicorn hair and phoenix feathers has to do with like SCP-4714, which is another Dr. Wondertainment product, and it is a small baby unicorn toy that has real unicorn hair, and whenever little girls brush it, they have the ability to make a wish, which, as you can imagine, doesn't always turn out well. However, the implication that there is real unicorn hair and real phoenix feathers seen in the Foundation implies that way long ago in history, there was actual supernatural beings that existed among everyone else. However, I mean, with all the supernatural stuff seen in the universe, I'd be surprised if there weren't unicorns. 4chan links is an interesting thing that happens with some of the log entries. See, if the SCP Foundation really does exist,
really, 4chan is even involved in this lore,
then it makes sense that whenever something about them gets leaked, it's a big deal to the Foundation. Something that commonly happens in these logs is someone on 4chan will find information while one's being written, and then in real time, the author of the page will edit it to mention the fact that information was leaked to 4chan, and it's sort of a cool way to make a real-world ARG out of the Foundation itself.
The ARG.
0513 refers to the 13th member of the 05 committee. Now, the reason that it's so special is because 0513 doesn't exist, or at least doesn't exist all the time. In several stories, it's mentioned that there's 12 members of the committee, and sometimes there's 13. The idea behind it is that 13 is not actually a creature or entity. Instead, it is something that is summoned to either make decisions for the Foundation, or it exists outside of our plane of existence and drops in from time to time to help the committee. However, according to some theories, it could be the Scarlet King, it could be some other ethereal being acting outside of the Foundation, or even something like the White Queen I mentioned earlier. No one's for sure. Site-wide narrative deterioration is in tune with the fact that as more writers get in on this project, it becomes harder.
Yeah, the picture looks like you, Stas. No, no, I'm not. I'm not 0513. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. It's not real, or is it? Is it? Anyway.
However, the explanation for that in universe is that if we are nearing the end of a time loop, or if the cycle itself is beginning to break apart, then it makes sense that reality is not making sense in a lot of directions. It's a really cool in-universe way of explaining why things are the way that they are. And with that, we are down to...
Wait. Shit. There's a theory that unicorns are narwhals because when Noah's Ark left them behind, God turned the unicorn into narwhals to survive the flood, and they tested a narwhal horn, and its age is super, super old. Oh, that's actually an interesting theory. To say the least. It's an interesting theory. Thank you, Jacob.
To the final tier known as tier 4. I also want to bring in another theory that was not mentioned on the iceberg for this, so I've labeled tier 4 the Ethics Committee. In the SCP Foundation, there is an Ethics Committee, which is normally the butt of a lot of jokes because one of the things the Foundation does in their free time is feed people to giant monsters. However, the theory is the Ethics Committee is actually a facade for a true body that is acting within the SCP Foundation, either against or unknowingly to the O5 Council, and are the real ones calling the shots. First, we have multiple narratives. Again, as you've probably figured out at this point, narratives are very hard to point out. However, multiple narratives do make sense in universe if everyone has their own motives and can also be reality benders. Maybe a lot of what we're experiencing is itself the work of these greater deities or powerful entities creating their own narratives the way they want it to play out. And these lead to the inevitable multiple apocalypses. There are several SCPs that can theoretically end the world, and as we've seen in several multiple universes in the SCP Foundation, there are several that do end the world. Perhaps the entire thing, the way that it's playing out, is just a group of people, maybe the O5 or the Ethics Committee, trying to figure out how to avoid as many apocalypses as possible. Or maybe there's no point, and maybe everything that's happening within the Foundation is heading it towards an inevitable end. All SCP-001 entries are real, stating that everything from the Gate Guardian to the factory to the fact that they are experiencing in their universe us creating more SCPs is all true, and the Foundation itself may be powerless to stop it all. The Foundation is real is stating that the SCP Foundation is its own shadow organization that exists within our real world. Or another theory, you are not. If the concepts that I've talked about at length before of I think, therefore I am, and our understanding of how the universe works to such a degree that just because we think ourselves conscious, we are not. However, if we are to think ourselves, and if I think, therefore I am, and if just thinking is enough to justify my own existence, then how is thinking about something else any different? If I am not real, and if the way that my thought process works, that I am creating my own entity and universe that I interact in, then by reading these stories, I am doing the same for it. To justify my own existence by my own thoughts is to justify the existence of my thoughts themselves. And the craziest thing, the SCP Foundation has even thought of this. Several theories and logs go at tandem, stating that perhaps it is all the imagination of a different person, and perhaps nothing that we know can be known for sure. And in that case, as always, what can we know? Well, that was fun. Now that you're all done with
And wow. Freaking, wow. Freaking, that was insane. Yeah, chat. You are not real. I'm not real. This isn't real. It's not simulation. The foundation is real. The foundation is real. You are not real. I'm not real. Jesus. I don't think I can squeeze in another video because freaking it's 12 minutes. I don't want to.
New challenger.
Holy crap. The big city the big city greens lover fan. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, you are not. None of this is real. I'm not real. What do you think, chat? You guys want more, or I should actually end it there? Fuck, I don't wanna. This one is actually like really. I'm really eyeing on this video, but it's freaking an hour and 15 minutes long. It's up to you. It's up to you, bro. Damn. Fuck. Let's stop for now. Yeah, you know what, Jake? I'll follow you. Let's stop for now. It is actually a really good way to end the stream. Yeah, let's stop for now. Yeah, let's stop for now. I'm beat. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually good now, chat. I'm good. Give me a moment. There you go. I'm good, chat. I'm good. Anyway, that was fun. Yeah, chat, I'm good. That was fun. That was an interesting piece of reaction and watching some videos with everybody, and like talking about some stuff and playing video games, Fall Guys, and Supermarket. See, chat, we're expanding. We're legit expanding. At times like this, I don't usually at streams like this, I don't usually react to any videos at all. But given that I have a VTuber model now, I can actually like expand to something like this. Rather than playing some games, I can actually do some quote unquote reactions and talk amongst ourselves about what we during the course of watching the video. Anyway, I am good for today, chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. I do appreciate the support. But before I head out, I'm going to do some quick shoutouts, by the way. I'm gonna raid Upina, that's for sure. Upina _CH. There you go. Yeah, I can't wait to do more of this next week. But I will actually announce a brand new schedule. Yeah, I'm going to announce a stream schedule. It's been a while since I actually made a stream schedule, but I'm going to make a stream schedule. But before I head out, I'm going to do some quick shout outs. So let's actually start from 5 hours ago. So Milkshake Laughter with the follow, thank you, and the Big City Greens Lover Fan with the follow, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. I'd appreciate the support. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. It's my day off, but I'll probably going to make like a TikTok video, or I'm probably going to make like an introductory video of me being a VTuber and all that stuff. So stay tuned for that. Also, I'm gonna upload my birthday stream on my YouTube's archive, so be sure to check that out. I'm gonna give you guys the link for my archives channel real quick.
Oh, motherfucker! What the?
There you go. Yeah, chat. So make sure to follow my archives channel because I'm going to upload my birthday stream and also the rest or this one. But until then, enjoy the rest of the stream with Yopina. She's playing some Stardew Valley. So this is Sabertooth Taz saying take care and stay safe. See ya!